everyone. I hope you are having a great day. And we are blessed this time, both with the fact that Selena is getting to see the first puzzle and with the fact that I can see chat, unlike last time where I had to do the first 20 minutes of the puzzle or whatever all by my lonesome because for various technical reasons I was unable to see chat. And it turns out it's very hard if to answer the question, is chat speaking and I'm not seeing it? Or is no one saying anything if you can't see anything? But anyway, we get to start today with this puzzle, which funnily enough I had opened last time, but it turned out at the last possible minute due to some shenanigans, the puzzle in the lead changed. But today it is indeed this puzzle. Also, puzzles are chosen by people who have voting powers. People who donate at the $10 a month level or above, they get to see the list of upcoming puzzles and vote on which ones they most like to see. People can engage in whatever sort of strategic shenanigans they like to get the puzzles they want within that power. I am enthusiastic about people figuring out what it takes. So, you know, bribery, moving around votes, whatever happens to work for people. But today, this is the puzzle that we get to start with. Microstudy is a Zeta Tris shipper. I think the Zeta Tris shipping might be a very I feel like it's likely to happen. We'll put it that way. Alrighty, so let us understand what is going on with this puzzle. Oh, I should say who voted for it. So the people who voted for this are Woofer, Niverio, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Russ, David, and DDX. So thank you very much to all of you for your support. And let me have a look at what is going on here. And so we did a Tapa Cipher puzzle by the Kajito previously, but I double-checked, and I don't think it was this Tapa Cipher puzzle, because that one I think had clues in the top left and lower right. And this one does not, although MicroStudy will assuredly tell me that I did this last stream. But what do we have to do? We have a Tapa-like Loop Latin square. And so maybe a useful thing to do first is to show you an example of what the final finished grid might look like. Sorry, can you actually see that? I have no idea. Yes, you can actually see that. Just to give you some idea as to what it is we're going to do. So it says /Latin square, but it is not in fact a Latin square, because in a Latin square you have a digit in every row and column, which is part of what I was checking. A Latin square is just a mathematical object where it's an array, where the digits 1 through n are in every row and column in some order, and they don't repeat within rows or columns. So this is not quite a Latin square. This is a Japanese sums-like thing. You might call it a partial Latin square if you want to dip into combinatorial language. So we need to shade some cells so that every shaded cell contains a digit from 1 through 9, and no digits repeat in any row or column. Additionally, draw a single connected loop that passes through every shaded cell in the grid, and that does not pass through any unshaded cells. I suppose I should add, it's not entirely impossible to me that some combinatorics textbook out there has defined Latin square in a way that this would be included. Of course, as my advisor always said, definitions are free, so you're welcome to define Latin square to be whatever you want. But at least for me, this is not what I think of as the combinatorics definition of a Latin square. Clued cells must be unshaded, so that will give us something to do. And indicate the sum of every connected loop segment in the 3x3 around that cell. Okay, so normally Tapa just give sums of shaded cells around, but I actually looked at this the other day when I thought I was going to do this, and you'll see that here it's not actually doing that, it's actually giving you the sum of the connected bits of loop. So you'll see here around this clue in the example puzzle, there are 4 different pieces of loop. There is this one, this one, this one, and that one. Hey, Jack, welcome. And so what this is recording is that one of them, this question mark, is a single digit. By the way, Tristan, can you get me the back pillow from over there? Hopefully he will hear that through his headphones, although he might be listening to someone that's not me.
What?
I think he's listening to someone who's not me.
Actually, I was listening to you, but from a different day. What
I
do you
see.
need?
My back pillow from over there. I always forget it, and today was no exception. Uh, so that question mark corresponds to that 2. 6 plus 4 is 10. So one of these clues is corresponding to a 10, which is, if you look at it, it is the question mark A clue, because you can see over here in the cipher grid that A is 0. Then this one is summing to 12, so that corresponds to the question mark C clue, because C is 2. And the 5, 6 corresponds to the question mark B clue, because B is 11. Okay. Note, every time there's a question mark at the front of a number, we have the, what I always call the no being a dick rule in effect, which means you can't actually have a leading 0. So these are legitimate double-digit numbers that start with at least a 1. Not that question marks can't be 0, but they can't be 0 at the front of numbers. So we have that. And note the order of these 4 has no significance. They are in, I mean, I'm guessing they're not in a literal random order, but the order they appear is unrelated to the order the things actually have, because the 2 is actually up here, and so on, sort of around here. So those are important things to think about with Tapa in general. Over here, I'll just note just one more thing. Here we have 4112. That's a single-digit sum, and all 4 of those cells are included in it. And note, I've repeated, or not I've repeated, but the Kajito has chosen to repeat this digit inside it. So that is also possible when we're thinking about these sums. If it wraps around the clue, then we can have that doing that. Okay, hey Niverio, how are you doing? Does anyone who's done this puzzle have a recommended betting tree? I am going to start by doing the thing where we green the clues. So let's green the clues. So I notice this cell right away is definitely on the loop because of the question mark J clue. This is always at least a 2-digit sum. Because I've gotten to a double-digit number, and spoiler, no single-digit sums to a double-digit sum. And a double-digit sum there or a double-digit sum there, both of them will involve shading this cell. Now, it could be that all of that's shaded. That I do not know, but we have that at least is being shaded. I'm certain I'm going to make an incorrect Tapa deduction by the fact that my brain is not fully internalized that this is a Tapa loop. So please call me on it when I immediately say something that's nonsensical. So like every cell around here could be gray, for example, is a thing that I am going to think about. So I do think... Oh, no, it doesn't. Right. The loop could do something like that. Ambrose is wondering if the loop has to go through here. It almost certainly does go through there, but I don't think it has to go there. Because of that. Now, I want to see, just by going into my bifurcation palette, I want to see if this cell can possibly be green. Because if this cell is green, neither of these are visitable because they're dead ends. And now, oh, I can get 3 things, darn it, because I could do something like this. And that would work. So I think my belief that it would break immediately is incorrect. Okay. So let's see. Where else should I play this game? Yeah, I was certainly not doing the, like, it would be forced to do this. I was just doing the, like, okay, that at least plausibly would work. I'm not trying to, like, bifurcate super far ahead yet, 2 minutes into solving the puzzle, but I thought it would break immediately, but I couldn't quite visualize it because I wanted to be careful about the loop. But again, I was not being careful because I can indeed get 3 separate sums in 5 cells that are all contiguous. This is a good point. This one, Selena points out, is all gray around it because it is 4 separate sums that are at least 2 cells, and that's a minimum of 8, but there are in fact 8 cells around it. So these are all gray for sure. Oh, see above Selena was not first. Oh, Russ said it as well, yes. Let's see, okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, so that is our 2 separate segments for this, unless I have a ridiculous segment. Oh, I think Lakia's right. Let's try Lakia's point here. I tried to prove that this couldn't not be loop, but I think it actually can't be loop, is what Lakia is suggesting. Because if I did this, now I would have loop going around here. This would have to be a single piece of loop, because this would all be forced. And now I realize that doesn't show up super well, but thankfully we're in the bifurcation palette, actually, just to make it clear what I'm talking about, because I think it's literally invisible. There we go. The loop would have to do this, but I would now have to force 2 bits of loop in here, which I just can't do, because I either have to connect these, I certainly can't connect that down. So yeah, I think Lakia is actually correct, which is very unexpected to me. Russ, digits can repeat. So it's not the fact that 15 is not a 1-digit sum, because I could definitely make those sum to a 1-digit sum. As has happened in previous Cogito puzzles that involved Tapa Cipher stuff. Now, almost assuredly, all of this has to be gray. So this certainly has to be gray. If this is green, then there's no way I am making this work. In fact, actually, maybe I should think about it this way. If this cell is gray, then it makes that cell gray. And if this cell is green, then I think it's also going to make this gray. Maybe not. Maybe that's slightly... I feel like it's almost certainly the case. I just have to figure out what the elegant way to argue that all 5 of these have to be gray is. Because I think we can just say if this is green, I think the world is going to be horribly broken. Because I can't visit this cell or this cell or this cell as a one cell thing. So the only one that would be 1 cell is that one. But now this is just completely unvisitable. And so now I would have to fit 2 things over here, but I can't because of that reason, because of the fact that this can't go alone. So I've at least proved that these both have to be gray. And now as soon as this is gray, we actually get our first loop segment because it's a corner. And then that immediately forces that these are both gray. And now because this is a 3 clue, we actually get all of that. And remember, every loop cell is gray, so all of this is gray. And we have some easy loop marching stuff, like this has to extend down and this has to extend out like that, which gets us some more cells that are definitely part of loopings. I feel like this is probably like a known genre thing or something. It's the kind of thing that the first time I see, I hate. But like all pencil puzzle genres have that. Like there's all sorts of things in like Hayawake, for example, that like if you're seeing a Hayawake for the first time, it's just annoying to confirm that something is true. And then once you know it's true, then it's then it is something. Then it's not so bad. This clue looks impossible now. Because whatever thing this is... Oh, this just has to not be loop. If this is loop, then we're screwed. Hey, Jay. If this is loop, then the loop has got to do this. And now I've got to fit 2 separate loop segments in here, which, spoiler, is not going to happen. So this actually can't be loop. And the exact same argument applies because of the exact same geometry to that cell. And so now, in order to make sure that we actually do get our 4 separate loops, I have to do that, and I have to do that, and I have to do that, which is going to give me lots of gray and lots of corner. Now this needs to not die, because it can't sort of crash into this. My loop can't have a 3-way. I probably could have said that better. This loop can't either, so we'll come over there. And so we get some more assorted stuff happening over there. Oh, this loop is in an alleyway, so it certainly has to go there. Like that. DWeb says that no, that is in fact the only reasonable way to communicate that piece of information. That's very believable. Oh, this is forced too. It has nowhere to go. Oh, I think that's exactly what Dog is saying. Yep, Dog was noticing it exactly as I did that. Okay, so now this is a 1-digit sum. And the fact that this is a 1-digit sum now means that these have to be 1, 2, because these sum to a minimum of 6. 1, 2, 3. And so therefore these are 1, 2. Oops. These are 1, 2. These are 1, 2. And this is a 3. Ooh, a Jay Dyer feature on CTC. Congratulations, Jay Dyer. Does Jay Dyer have more CTC features than I do now? Jay has been killing it with the CTC stuff lately. Let us get our famous 3 dance. So, ba-doop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, 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 wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. Now, it was pointed out in chat, and I saw this, but I wanted to not miss the digit dance, that this loop can't extend up. Because if this loop extends up, then now the sum is more than 9, and so that's not what the loop does. Okay. Now, I was about to say, and that makes this cell green, but it definitely doesn't, because this cell has to be green now, because the loop would dead end if it tried to go into there. And now if this is green, I just can't fit the loop in there. Oh, it could have gone down, right. The only thing I really needed there was to draw an X, is being pointed out, right. It can't go up. Everything I said, though, is still true. This has got to be green. And now if this is green, now I can't visit that and I don't get a sum, so this is gray, but as soon as this is gray, that's also gray. And we get that. And now if this goes down, the loop closes, so it actually runs across like that. Okay, is this now forced? Yeah, this now only has one way to go, so its only path is down. Yes, please do be sure to like the stream. It is much appreciated if you do that. Have I broken this? No, I have not broken this because there are actually 2 clues on it. Good to know. We're sort of making a path. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are, Nicholas points out, 8 gray digits in this row, if I counted that correctly, which is interesting. So that means that this can't do the thing where it didn't go through here anymore. However, we now know it doesn't do that, so that's okay. We know that this passes down through here, so this is what Nicholas is getting me. This passes down through here somehow. I don't know which one exactly, but I know it passes down through there. That's going to give me my last gray cell, so in particular, this is always green. Now, I don't know that that immediately gives me anything, but something. Okay, Jay Dyer said something couldn't connect to something. Row 4, 5, column 7. can't connect, or they'd be a single-digit sum by one clue and a double-digit sum by the other. That's very notable, because remember, all of these are two-cell things, and so Jay is pointing out if it's two-cell here, it would certainly be a double-digit one, which would then be that or bigger over here, which would be a single-digit one. So these two don't connect, and as soon as those two don't connect, this entire ring is forced. Because there's only sort of two ways to do that, and I know, and I'm just marking this here, that these sort of all end. And so that's going to force this now to go up. That's going to force this now to go down, this to go there, this to go there, this to go there, and this to go there. And so that's going to get me a bunch of gray, and in fact, this one's going to extend one more, because if it didn't, it would result in a mini loop. We're not allowed a mini loop. These two, Medhi points out, are by this clue a one-cell sum, but 1, 2, and 3 in the row are gone, so this is 4, 5. This exact combination showed up about 15 times in Kajito's last puzzle that was Tapa Cipher, because of the whole, it's very convenient to force these things. So one of A, B, and C is 9. Because, well, it just is. That's the way it works. Let's see. And in column 5, we can do the same thing. These two need to sum to a single-digit number, and they can only be 4 or 5. And so this loop definitely turns here, because if it went any further, we would be in trouble. That was D-Web. So this loop turns here. I'll do it in a different order that time. This loop can't go that way, or we'd have a mini loop. It wouldn't be that mini. It would be a bigger mini loop, but it would still be a mini loop. So therefore, this turns down. This is now in a monastery. Is it monastery? I forget. It's cloister. This is now in a cloister, as we call it around here, thanks to microstudy. So this comes down here. It can't turn that way, or we'd create a mini loop. So it goes that way. And so we get all of that going on like that. We have a tall cat in the house. Very exciting. We'll have a Zeta in a house soon, which the Zeta is very excited about. If it is referring to anything other than random microstudy nonsense, I'm not aware of it. I'm trying to see if this cell can really be gray, because if this cell is gray, it's going to force that whole pattern again, where these are going to be 1, 2, 3. It's going to have to connect to that. That'll be 3. These will be 1, 2. And this is going to do that sort of thing. But I think that might be okay here for now. Right. One of E and F is 3. Oh, sorry. One of E, F, and G is 3. I thought cloisters were where monks lived. This is going to need to be a single-digit sum. So this loop can't turn up, because if this loop turns up, this digit's at least a 6, and 6 plus 3 digits is not going to work. So I can at least say this digit is that. This loop does not go up, is what I meant to say. This loop also fascinatingly can't go down for a sort of funny reason. If this loop goes down now, I am obligated to connect these because there's only one clue, but that makes a mini loop, which I'm not allowed to do. So this loop also doesn't go that way, and so therefore it does go that way, and therefore that goes that way. And now this must go up because I need to get through here somehow. And so it goes up. That's the last gray cell in this row, per Nicholas from earlier. And so now we sort of gray our way up here, at least to there. Like that. the single-digit sum around row 6, column 4 cannot be 5 cells, as row 7, column 5 is at least there. Okay, right. So what Jay is telling me is that if this cell is gray, the puzzle's broken. Because if this cell is gray, then it needs to connect over here because there's 2 clues, and we already have one of them. But that would need to be this exact precise thing that we keep seeing of the 3 with some 1, 2s. And I can't do that because this digit can't be 1, 2, or 3. And so by Jay's argument, this cell is green, and we have to avoid a check. No. So this goes down, making that become gray. Let's see. Either counts over. Row 2, column 8. By the single-digit clue. So these certainly have to be relatively small. Row 2, column 8. It's just telling me these 2 sum to a single-digit number. Does that really tell me something? Oh, right. This number is at least 6. That's the thing that I am not doing. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one can't be a 9. Because then this would still have to be a +1. So this is only 1, 2, 3. That is the thing that D-Web wants me to appreciate. I do now appreciate it. I was admittedly a bit slow to appreciate it. This is a... If this is a 1, these have to be 2, 3, 4 exactly, but I don't know if that's a problem. Nicholas is again doing God's work by counting cells in the row for me. So there's 8 gray cells in the row already. If this cell was gray, it would actually make there be 2 more gray cells in the row. That doesn't work because it would be a cloister. And so this comes down, making this gray. This now is unvisitable because it's a dead end. This is now unvisitable because it's a dead end. Right. If this were a 1, 2, or 3, Ambrose's point is I would not have 3, or I would not have 2 1, 2, 3s in here. And I know there's 2 1, 2, 3s in here. And so, in fact, this cell and this cell see a 1, 2, 3 virtual triple, so they're from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which might be interesting. Well, this one's certainly not a 9 at the very least. Let's see. Amy says if column 1 and column 2 don't go down, the row 1, column 7... Sorry, the column 1, row 7 clue is broken. So if these don't go down, then that becomes a dead end. And I feel like it could be this wiggles that way and then this wiggles that way. Is that not possible? That seems to me like there's a way to make it work. Tallcat sees a 3-cell sum that has a high digit on it, but I don't see it. Row 5, column 5, 6, 7. Ah, right. These 3 are a single-digit sum. So these have to be from 1, 2, 3. By the previous note, that 3-digit single sum, 3-digit sums of different digits that sum to a single-digit number always have at least 2 1, 2, 3s in them. So there's 2 1, 2, 3s in there. So this number needs to be at least 7 in order that I get a double-digit number there. So this is a 7, 8, 9 for sure. I'm being told this is at most 3. I'm trying to see why. Ah, right, because these sum to 6, and these 4 together are a single-digit sum. So this is a 1, 2, or 3, is J. Dyer's point, because of that clue. And so that gives us a triple in the column, is J. Dyer's point, which lets us mark everything else as 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that one can't be a 9. And so these, in fact, actually have to be a 4-5 pair because of this. So the fact that these add to a single-digit number and are not 1, 2, 3 now makes them a 4-5 pair. So this is not 4 or 5 either now. And so that being 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's not a 9 because of this. Chad is hoping you feel better soon. Let's say 1, 2, or 3. Row 4, column 9. And 10 and 11. Ah, right. They make a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple in a row, right? These 3 are a single-digit sum. And so there's 2 1, 2, 3s in there. There's 1, 1, 2, 3 there. And therefore, all of these are from... And therefore, all of these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. So Tall Cat wanted some more good lifting. We got the good lifting in, though. Let's see. It's the no, that's not that. This is a single digit sum. Right, that could be the 1, 2, 3. Okay, so here's another point from DWeb. If this goes down, now I have a 3-digit sum that needs needs 2 1, 2, 3s, but there's already 2 in the column, so this does not go down. So I get a little red X, and the little red X forces this to turn over here. Oops, forces this to turn over here, like that, making that do that. And now if this is a long sum on this thing that's a single digit, which is interesting. I believe that Tall Cat was the originator of that. That DWeb point is my understanding. Row 8, column 5 is at least a 6. Wow, yeah, this is a 6. Because I have no choice but to put a 1, 2 pair around it if I'm going to make this work. So the minimum of this is 6 because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now in order to keep this at a single digit, I have to make this 1, 2. Gives me a 1, 2 pair in column 6, which makes this a 3. Makes this not a 3. And now, no, this could still be 2, 3, 4. But now this is a 1, 2 pair, making this a 3. So there's a 1 and a 2 in here. Oh, this certainly can't turn down now, because it would sum to more than 9. So therefore, it certainly goes up here and over there, by magic, like that. So we've got all of that going on now. Hey, Kodak, I hope you're doing well. Uh, People are saying it has to connect. Ah, right, because of this clue. This clue says there's only 2 loop segments. Currently, there are 3. If I don't connect to these, there aren't. Sorry, I was looking for a global loop trick, not a Hungarian Tapa loop trick. But yeah, so these now have at least 2 1 2 3s. So a lot of 1 2 3s. Is this already 8 cells in this column? No, this is 7 cells in this column. I get 2 more going down this entire column. Oh god, there's a full rank deconstruction. Both Denver and Miami took me forever to set. So these two need to sum to a double-digit sum, is what chat is telling me. So this is not 4, 5, 6, at least. So this is always 7, 8, 9. These two also have to, so that's not a 7. For whatever that is worth. Row 8, column 4 is max 3. Row 8, column 4 we've already filled in. I suspect that's not what Nicholas actually meant, but I'm not 100% sure. Because row 6, column 4 is... right. Okay, yes. Right. These 4 sum to a single digit, so these sum to a minimum of 6, and so therefore this is a maximum of 3, is what Nicholas is saying. And so these are at most 5 in order to make the sum here work out, because these need to sum to at most 8. So I don't know that I really want to do this, but I will mark it as 1 2 3 4 5. There may be regrets. We'll see. Okay, so this cell just isn't gray, right? If this cell is gray, then that forces, it's a cloister, so it forces the loop up through here, but now I have 3 loop ends, and I'm not going to make 3 loop ends work. So this is the point from earlier, as it was articulated previously. Now I need 2 loop things, and as soon as either of these is loop, they both are, and as soon as either of these is loop, they both are, and so actually we're forced to do this whole dance. Like that. I believe that was Lakia's point from much earlier, resurrected now that we had sort of one piece of additional information. I think D-Web was the first one I saw sort of pointing out that we could do more over here now that things have happened. Now these two can't join because it would make the loop close. So that better not happen. Because these two definitely connect. I don't know how, but I know they do. And so if these two connect, the loop connects now, right? I'm not crazy. I don't think that I think that's true. Point it out if I'm wrong. So these are gray. These can't connect either. And so So this comes down here, and that is also gray. Somehow that didn't come out as gray. Grayish. Okay. There are already 2 1 2 3s in this row. So if this turns over here, the minimum sum of these would be 3 4, which is, sorry. The minimum sum of these would be 1 4, which would be 5, which would force these to be, I think it's technically possible that that's gray. It's completely impossible that this is gray. Because if this is gray, then I'd have to make a 5-cell sum here, except these would sum to already too much because there's 2 1 2 3s in the row already. So that's definitely green for whatever minuscule amount that it is worth. Might prove to be more useful than I'm giving it credit for at some point. Good, cute geometry spot from Selena. In column 3, there's already 7 gray cells, so we get 2 more. And that must be how these two escape into column 3, because these two can't connect. They have to escape into column 3, because they have to connect ultimately to those two in order that we have a loop. And so both cells in this column both involve stuff connecting through, and this cannot be something connecting through, so it is green. That is a very good point. If this is green, the world just breaks. Because if this is green, this entire thing becomes a dead end. And now there's no way I'm fitting 2 double-digit sums for lots of reasons, including that would require at least 4 cells. So this is always gray. And a cloister. And so it cloisters its way, and in fact, all the way around like that. To do that. And now this has to be gray because I don't have 2 loop segments yet. And so I then hit a corner. And we do that. And now there already are 2 loop segments around this clue, so that can't be gray. And that can't be gray. So we get that. And so this gray better escape, or we will run into problems. So we get all of that sort of getting filled in bit by bit. At some point, we're actually going to have to think about how the cipher works, but we have so far managed to be sort of blissfully ignorant of the thing. 3-length line starting at row 7, column 3 cannot be 1 2 3. Two 9s are on the ABC square. I haven't seen the ABC square. Right. These can't be 4 5. That's Tallcat's point. This digit has to be strictly smaller than 4 or 5. We really could have started here. It would have made this easier. If this digit is 4 or 5, then the minimum sum of these becomes 9, but that would put 2 9s around here, and we've already been told that these are not 9. In fact, actually, even easier, this one's not 9. But this is a 1 2 3, is Tallcat's point. And so because of that, these digits all see a 1 2 3 triple, so they're all from 4 5 6 7 8 9. However that works out, some of them are probably interesting. Maybe absolutely none of them are interesting. That is also possible. This certainly can't be an 8, because that would force this to be a 1, making this a 9. So that doesn't work. So now if this goes down, Tallcat's point is would be at least a 4, and now that would blow this sum out of the water. So very good spot from Tallcat. So this loop goes around here, loopy style, as they say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's only 8 cells in that row. So that does that. This can't be 3, J. Dyer is pointing out, because only one of these clues is a 3, and it's that one. So this is not a 3. Also, there's a 3 in the row, but I like J. Dyer's proof better. It's very classy proof. Let's see. Yeah, so is there anything I can record here? Yeah, so the absolute minimum of value of this sum is 5. And so every one of A, B, and C is at least 5. So I can certainly fill in that these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. DWeb somehow sees it's not even 5. Why can't these sum to 5 and be 1, 4? Is that going to break this? Make these 1, 2, 5, 1? What's wrong with 1, 2, 5, 1? Oh, sorry, right. If this is a 1, I reused 1. Right. In fact, there just has to be a 1 in this sum, is really the way to think about this. Because if there's not a 1 in this sum, the minimum is 2, 3, 4, which is 9, and that's already to 10. So actually, one of these is a 1, is how I'm going to articulate this argument, which means this is not a 1, which means the minimum sum here is actually 6. So these are indeed from 6, 7, 8, 9. Ambrose talking about row 7, column 12. I feel like Chad is trolling me today. Oh, row 7, column 1 and 2. Row 8, column 1 and 2. These are from, right, because 1 and 2 are gone. The biggest digit I could use is possibly a 3 with a 6, but I can't do 3 with 6, so actually these can only be from 3, 4, 5, is Ambrose's point. Now, I don't know that these 3 cells sum to a single-digit number. Row 7, column 4 can't be 3 or the sum is too big. Right. These I know don't sum to 6 because of that 2, 3. So these sum to at least 7, and so this is never a 3. Giving us a 1, 2 pair is Dog's point. Okay, but numerically, I don't think I know anything about these yet. This A clue, interesting. Right, these 3 need to sum to a single-digit sum. And that single-digit sum needs a 1 and a 2 in it. And it's not 1, 2, 3. So these are from 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's maybe not interesting at all. Hey, Kachito, hope you're doing well. Do you have a recommended bet tree for us to add at this medium late stage in the puzzle? I am enjoying it so far. That's really smart. Dog pointing out that if this loop goes right, like that, now the minimum of this digit is 7, and the minimum of this digit is 3, and that's a single-digit sum. That is crazy as a spot, but it is very good because it's going to force all kinds of stuff like that. And now I think one of these columns now has all of its gray cells in it, which is this one. No, it doesn't. This one? Oh, it was this one, wasn't it? I think maybe it's not true that one of these has all of its gray cells. Sadly. Okay, this now has to be gray. Because this needs 3 clues around it, and that clue is going to be gray regardless of which of these other things is gray. Oh, if this is gray, now it's at least 7, and this is at least 3. So yeah, this being green, we get to reuse Dog's point, basically. So that's the one that's gray, which gets us loop doing that. Oh, this loop just has only one way to go. Dog says I did that wrong. Oh, right, it could do that. Sorry, it could do that. This, though, is in a cloister. So let us bring it through the cloister. This needs to get out again, so that is gray. Now, remember, this digit's huge. So this digit is 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure, although I don't know that that is going to matter at all. These aren't 1, 2, 3, so I might as well fill in that these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. In order to do that. If this was gray, it would have to be, these would have to be a 4, 5 pair for whatever that is worth. This column is one of the ones that only has 2 more loop cells left. And so that must be 2 things connecting straight through. So if these... So one of them that connects straight through is that one. We know that. If these connect straight through, I've got a problem over here. Because if these two, because this cell now has to be visited, but there's no way it gets visited since the loop has now left the building. So that means that this is green, which means that this indeed turns up. And this is either going to go straight over there or straight over there. I think I got what DWeb is saying, but in a different way. Row 10, 11, column 6. Yeah. Row 1, column 3 can't be 7 now. Right. That can't be 7, because it would be 7 plus 2, which is 9, and this is already 9. Good spot. Let's see. Is the C clue bad if I go through row 9? So if I go through row 9, yes, the C clue does not work. Because this would be a minimum of... So this is what Ambrose is saying. I need to go through directly either here or here. But this one is bad. And it's bad because the minimum value of this cell is 6. And the minimum value of this cell is 4. And then I would need this cell to be at most -1 in order to make it work. So I don't do that. I do that instead, making that gray. It's the last gray for the column, making that green. This is now a dead end, so it's green. This is loop, so it's gray. Now, oh, I could do that. Darn it. I thought I was going to be able to force this to be gray. I guess this cell's always gray is a minor thing I can deduce, because if this cell is green, then this becomes a dead end and becomes unfillable, and I don't get 3 clues around here. So this cell's always gray, but I don't yet know if it does that kind of thing or if it does that kind of thing. Oh, we have all the grays in column 8? Well, that'll help. Yes, we have all the grays in column 8. That will definitely help us decide which of those things happens. Thank you, Selena. So this does that, in fact. So this is gray. This loop now needs to get out per loop's not ending in the middle of nowhere. This one's now forced, I think. Yes, this one's now forced. It has to be these two and these two, because I need a bunch of double-digit nonsense. And I won't get the appropriate amount of double-digit nonsense if I don't do it that way. So that is going to do that. These are going to be gray. This is a corner, which is like a sideways cloister, a bent cloister, if you will. This is a corner. Now, if this goes up, then we strand this loop end without a friend, so this needs to go down by loop logic stuff. So we've got all of that. Oh, row 12 has 9. Row 12 has 9 grays, correct. Thank you to Sarah. And so now this must connect. And then we make this green. There's a second clue around this. So this is always gray regardless. David donates $10 for an absolute fabulous puzzle to lead us off today, along with the best community out there. I agree, David. I love this community. Thank you so much for your generosity. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. A is at least 6 is interesting for this clue, because it means one of these is big. Drunk fanfare. I'm sorry, if the channel continues growing, we might hire a professional music animal. Yeah, I know this is 2 clues, which is why I grade that cell, but I don't think I know whether I get it that way or I get it that way. Oh, I do know, actually. If this cell is gray, it forces... Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. Sorry, I thought it was going to force a little mini loop. But it does not quite force a little mini loop. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Didn't I already gray the cell it has to go through? I think this cell is gray. But I think that's what Ambrose is saying. But maybe Ambrose is seeing another cell that I can gray. So the point is the loop that gets here is always from the left, because if this goes up, then I can't, I don't have enough room to, try and bend around. That's a little tricky to see, but I agree. Yeah, if this goes up, then we end up having to bend back around here in a way that's uncomfortable and doesn't work. So this always goes that way. Agree. Uh, wait, was it my fanfare or the fanfare from the dancing dinosaur that was off? I'm assuming it was mine, but maybe I misinterpreted what was happening. Oh, well, it was the Stream Deck thing. Oh, okay. I thought I was just being made fun of. Uh, but it was Stream Deck's fault.
Stream Labs.
Stream Lab. Chat said Stream Deck, so I'm just saying what they're saying. Ambrose says they'd donate if we had a Tortured Melodica feature, so we might look into that. Hey, Playmaker. Hey, Robert, welcome. Voiceover fact check from Tristan. I do know that question mark A is big, but then the rest of these I don't know if they're big. Let's see. If this is 1, 2, or 3, it makes this cell big, which is then going to force these to be pretty small. But I don't think it quite breaks, as best I can determine. Oh, I know none of these are 9. No, that does not help. I don't think. Does it? I don't think so. Let's see. This must be a single-digit number. It's not 1 or 2, but I don't think that's going to help. This I know sums to 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so MicroStudy is right. I have a virtual 4, 5, 6 triple in this row because these 3 cells definitely include a 4, 5, or 6 because they're not all 1, 2, 3 that would break. So what MicroStudy has really identified for us is a sextuple. That these digits are all from, if I just pencil mark it in, they're all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so this is a naked sextuple. And so as a naked sextuple, that means that this is not 4, 5, or 6, and this is not 4, 5, or 6 either. So it is from 7, 8, or 9. So now, unfortunately, it's hard for me to imagine that that being 7, 8, 9 or that being 7, 8, 9 is going to do anything. Are there other places I can find the same sextuple? Like, I know that these are from 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 as well, but I don't think any of them are seen by anything. These are from 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So actually, if I look at it, I actually am very close. I have a quintuple out of these as it currently stands. But I don't know. Let's see. Uh, there's a 6 in here, then this is 1, 2, 6, which sounds bad, but I don't know. Uh, I know that 1 and 2 are in here. This is A, B, or C, so D-Web points out it's 6, 7, 8, or 9. I agree with that, because it is A, B, or C. Uh, as row 7, column 10 turns right. So immediately this becomes a 1, 2, 3 at most. And then we've got to make this a little bit thing. But it seems okay to me. That's true. This cell's always gray. I agree. If this cell was green, I would be unable to finish the loop. Agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it would probably eventually break in this row, but I don't want to just fill it in and see unless I have a good reason. I know these have a single-digit sum, but that doesn't do a whole lot, I don't believe. There's probably some places where I have double-digit sums that are giving me 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruples that I'm not appreciating. That's my guess. Like I know there's A, 6, 7, 8, 9 in here. Okay, so Dog thinks we should count 1, 2, 3s in here. So there are 3 1, 2, 3s in here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This would be the ninth if this were there. That would be 9 1, 2, 3s in these 3 rows. Is there one more I missed? Did I count badly? Yeah, I don't row 7, column 1. Oh, one of these two? Right, right. Okay, so I see it. Okay, so I was doing it right, but I missed one. So here's the one. So we counted before, and we counted 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is too many rows. sorry, we counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the point is one of these two has to be a 1, 2, 3, because otherwise they would be 4, 5. And that would break this cell. That's disgusting. And so the point is we've used all of the 1, 2, 3s, so this is green. Because we have a 1, 2, 3 nanupal in 3 rows. So this comes down. I believe Kajito's already confirmed in chat that was not the Kajito's way of seeing this, unsurprisingly. So this gray turns that way. I suspect that the Kajito wanted us to do it a slightly different way. But it was a very cool way of saying it, like seeing the only part of that that I thought was a little suspect was having to realize that these couldn't be a 4-5. Sorry, that these couldn't be a 4-5 pair. Like that was the only part in there that felt a little bit more than I would want in a thing. But I doubt that was a necessary step. Let's see. H is at least 5. Because these can't be both from 1, 2, 3. Is that one of the arguments we just made? Right. So Jay Dyer's point is that if we make the same argument, we only get 1, 1, 2, 3 in here. So these sum to a minimum of 5, and these certainly sum to a minimum of 5, so that H is at least 5. And there's a question mark H over here, DWeb points out, which is going to greatly restrict what H can be, because there's a 2-cell sum to question mark H. And so my 2-cell sums are never more than 17. Can any of these actually be 17? That one can't be 17, because it would make those 8, 9. That one can't be 17, because it would make these 8, 9. So yeah, none of them can actually be 8, 9. So it's not even 7. H can only be 5 or 6. Which is exciting detective work. Feels like it should get us somewhere, but let's see. Mehdi would like us to think about what could be 0, 1, or 2. Right. If H is 5 or 6, Ambrose points out, this has to be the sum to H. And so if H is 5, then this would have to be 1, 4. And if H is 6, then this would have to be either 1, 5 or 2, 4. In any event, we get this really weird 4, 5 virtual pair out of that, because regardless of whether H is 4 or 5, and I apologize to the Kajito for doing this to their puzzle, regardless of whether H is 5 or 6, one of these has to be a 4, 5, which lets us remove 4 5s from the rest of these cells. Oh, I think I picked the wrong row, didn't I? I did that to the wrong row. Sorry, I highlighted... No, I did that to the right row. Sorry. Yeah, one of these is a 4, 5. And one of them is a 1 or a 2. So these digits are not 1, 2, 3. Is that true? Do I know for sure that this is not 1, 2, 3? by my counting from before. Let's count again in row 5, 6, and 7. So there's 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So nothing that's highlighted now is a 1, 2, or 3. So I know in particular that these are not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And this at least is not 1, 2, 3. I should mark so I never think about that again. We'll put the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 up there. The Cogito getting snarky in chat. I love it. Let's see. And of course, that's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple now in the row. So this is not a 6. That's a 1, 2, 3. And there. Oh, I was just about to say, and there's no 6 in my sum to 5 or 6, but turns out there was never going to be a 6 in my sum to 6. Let's see. So did one of these 6, 7, 8, 9s do something? Don't think so. Because one of them's over here, and that one's not even on a clue. Does there need to be a 9 in this? Oh, no, technically this sum could still get to 15. Because this could be 9 and 6, I think. Medhi believes this has to be 1 or 2 by carefully considering what is happening in the row. I mean, I know these are 1, 2, 4, 5, Nicholas. Row 10, column 7 is 6, 7, 8, or 9. That's true. It does seem to be that the thing we're not, or the thing we haven't done as much is identify 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruples. We're probably going to be looking for more of those as our primary means of progress. Right. One of these is definitely 3. So yeah, so Garion points out that I know one of these is 4 or 5. And those are 4 or 5. So I only have one more 4 or 5 for the column. And so it's down here with a 3. And that also means I can remove 4 or 5 from these cells because I've used all 4 4 5s in the row. So these are not 4 or 5 anymore once I count that there's a 4 or 5 in each of those. That's cool. I don't think I've ever used that kind of logic in a puzzle before, but that was very enjoyable. Column 8 has a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad. It does. So therefore, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Let's see. Can we play the what can be 0 game? We can almost certainly play the what can be 0 game. My least favorite game in Sudoku. Okay, so it's not A, B, or C, or E, F, or G. It's not H. I swear I remember there being a single H clue, right? It's not H. So it's D, J, or K. But I think that's as good as we get. I think it's D, J, or K. People are saying it's not. Oh, it's not D either. Right. Okay, it's not D either because of this clue that I missed. So it is actually only J or K. That is 0. LOLJK. Indeed. I don't understand the what can be 1, 2 question. I mean, I know none of these can be 1, 2. Only one of E, F, and G can be 1, 2. Okay, so we're counting 1, 2s. So across all of these, there's only 1, 1, 2. Okay, so what we're finding is... What we're trying to find is a 0, 1, 2 triple. But this D could be 0, right? Or 1. Like, this could sum to 21. I feel like I could have 2 1, 2s around here. I don't know that the question mark is 1. So this clue is telling me that D is at a minimum 4. Because that number is at least 4 and this number is at least 4. So C and D are at a minimum 4. Okay, so therefore E, F, and G are certainly these numbers. Only one of them can be a 1 or a 2. And therefore one of these is a 1 or a 2, and so the point is we have a weird hidden triple. And therefore this is also a 1 or a 2, because if it's not, we don't have enough 1, 2s. It's a really weird kind of deduction. But I'm impressed with Medhi for spotting that. But right, if I don't make this a 1 or a 2, there aren't enough things that can be 1 or 2. Because of this clue of all things. And so that gives us a couple triples or pairs. This is a 1, 2 pair, so this isn't 1, 2, and it's not a 3 either. That's the only 4, 5, 6 in this sum. So that's 4, 6, 4, 5, 6. That's 1, 2, 3. Now this column also has a 1, 2, 3 triple. So this is not 1, 2, or 3. It is 4 or 5. Okay. This is never able to be 9 because it's on a single digit clue. I'll go ahead and update. And actually, all of A, B, and C... Oh, no, I can't quite do that. I was going to say all of A, B, and C are big, so this can't be 4 either, but it can actually just be 4. These are from 7, 8, 9. I should fill in while I'm looking for triples. Let's see. J. Dyer says there's a virtual 4, 5 pair in row 1, given the row 1, column 8, 9, 10 sum. Right. One of these needs to have a... Right. There needs to be a 4 or 5 in here is the point. Well, sorry. There needs to be a 4, 5, or 6 in here. because this is a single digit sum. And so the point is that's a virtual 4, 5, 6 triple, right? Do I know there's not a 6 in here? Oh, there can't be a 6, right? There can't be a 6, because if this were 6, it would be 6, 1, 2, and it would break that cell. So there does have to be a 4 or 5 in here. Together with that 4 or 5 actually forces that to be a 6. That is what J. Dyer saw. So those are not 6. So we have that is making something 8 or 9. And I can't repeat the 9, because if this were a 3, I would have 2 9s here. So that's actually a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 2. Makes that a 3. Oh yeah, I should probably turn Sven off or we're going to do something terrible. So 8 is also up here, for whatever it's worth. So this is not 8 or 9. And this can't be 8. It's actually a 7, because otherwise I'd repeat that. So these are actually a 7, 8, 9 triple. This is not able to be 7 anymore. Nor can that, nor can that. This isn't able to be 7 anymore, for that matter. Let's see. This isn't a 7. That 2 looks down. Good. So that is 1, and that is 3. And now if this is 5, this gets too big. So that's 4, and that's 1, making the total exactly 9, making that 2 and 1. That 2 and 1, making that 2. So we've got all of that happening. Right. One of A, B, and C is 7, and one of C and D is 7. So therefore C is 7, is J. Dyer's point. So these are not 7. These now... Sorry, no. I was going to say these now need to sum to 6, but those don't sum to anything. This isn't 6 because it's one of A, B, and C. I agree. This is one of A, B, and C with a 1. So it can't be a 4 or a 5. It is another 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Row 9, column 8. Yeah, there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad there, so that's not a 6. I think is what chat is pointing out. It's not a 2 either, or a 3. That's not a 3 either. Five column 3 is a 1. Yes, we already have that filled in. I'm wondering if I missed something, or if this being a 1 was relevant somehow. Nicholas pointing out these two need to sum to a single digit number, so that's not an 8. So these are not 6 anymore. I will say for me, having done enough of these question mark clue puzzles, I'm pretty sick of the question mark always means 9 thing. I mean, I know you're just supposed to suspend your disbelief and pretend that it could be anything. It could even be a boat or whatever. But it's not that I don't think it's cool. I think it is cool. I just have done... I feel like I'm sated on that particular joke. Having done enough of these now. And am ready for a different joke. It's not 9 in row 8. Uh, let's see. Uh, I have another question mark equals 9 coming right. I'm sure I do. Uh, I mean, I'm as guilty as anyone. Uh, I have done it in a puzzle. Maybe in 2. I think I might have done a good bit of that in both Berlin and 3 of Diamonds. Let's see. If this is a 5, it breaks the question mark D clue. So let's see. So 7 plus 8 would be 15, or so this is 15 or 16. Plus 5 would be 20 or 21. And neither of those would make a question mark D. That's correct. So that's not a 5. Oh, I mean, that's absolutely why it happens, Jay. I'm just saying that I'm personally over the clues that work that way because it's the same every time. These are from 589. That 1-2 I have marked sees a 1. I have no idea where we're talking about. This sees a 1. Row 5, column 3 is already a 1. Multiple people have said this, but row 5, column 3 has been filled in for 10 minutes now. Do people mean row 3, column 5 or something? I don't know exactly where people mean. I'm certain that people see a place that something is a 1 that looks like row 5, column 3, but isn't. So these are 6, 7, sorry, not 6, 7, 8, or 9. Oh, we have a donation of 5 zetamath Does Puzzles memberships from Danita. Thank you so much, Danita. Appreciate that, and enjoy your new memberships. Nicholas, Luke, John, Brian, and Alan. Welcome so much, and let's get you a donation dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Thank you so much, Danita. That's awesome. Thank you. Uh, uh, yeah, let's see if the cursed fanfare happens 5 times now. We shall see. Yes, my point, Jay Dyer, to respond to Jay Dyer's point, because Jay Dyer said it's really hard to avoid doing the joke without setting the puzzle a nightmare. My point is, no one is obligating people to set puzzles with question marks all over. And I think the phase that the Sudoku community had with setting puzzles with question marks all over was fun and cool. I think it just turns out that it's, at least for my personal taste, I feel it's sort of like the 159 phase, where there was a lot of cool stuff with 159, and then it was sort of over. I feel like, at least for me, it's coming to an end if we don't find new ways to use these sorts of clues. Like, I'll say this. I enjoyed this puzzle. I enjoyed the previous puzzle by the Kajito that was exactly like this a lot more, but not because I think the other was a better puzzle, but because this puzzle is so similar to the previous one that I think if I'd have done them in the other order, I would have had exactly the opposite impression. Yeah, none of this, I think the Kajito understands this, but to be clear, none of this is dissing this puzzle or any particular puzzle. It is only sort of saying, like, there's a certain amount of this well that we can drill into as setters. Let's see. So this should be a 4 in order to make this question mark a 9 and not a 10. Good. So that's a 5. So these aren't 5, and these are summing to 5 or 6. So they definitely involve a 4. Do I know whether H is 5 or 6 yet? I don't think I yet know whether H is 5 or 6. let's see. I know there's a 1, 2 there. E, F, G are from 1, 3, 4, I'm being told. Aha! Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, E, F, G are now 1, 3, 4 just by looking around this area. So 1, 3, and 4 there. So these aren't 1. These are now a 0, 2 pair. So D is not 4 anymore. So D is 5 or 6. Can D even possibly be 6? I don't think so. 9 plus 9 plus 7 is only 25. So D is 5, H is 6, makes that a 2, 4, and does indeed make this a double 9. So these things are not 9. These are 9s. Your words, not mine, Jay. No 9s here. Let's see. Row 6, column 7 is an 8. Because of since 11 is not an option. Right, 11 is one of E, F, and G, and none of these. Wait, G could be 1, right? Why can't G be 1? Do I have that clue somewhere? I probably have that clue somewhere. Micro study, fatigued on ... and star. I did admittedly do one ... puzzle. I think only one, right? I don't think 3 of diamonds had ... in it, but Berlin sure had Berlin was buried in ... and question marks. So I certainly have contributed. Although I think Berlin caused most people trauma in other ways, not related to the question marks, or the ... The question mark H is a 16, and Garian's claim is only one of these can be 16. It's not that one, it's not that one, and this one can't be 16 either. So these are 16, so this is not 6 or 8, it is 7, 9, which makes that an 8. Makes that a 6, actually. 6 there. Well, ... can stand... is usually the one that could stand for no clues, right? Let's see, these aren't 6 anymore. Let's see, this isn't 8 anymore. That's not 8, and that's not 8. God, when the infinities popped up in Stanley's Parabox, sorry, not Stanley's Parabox. Was it Stanley's Parabox? Patrick's Parabox. When the infinities started popping up in Patrick's Parabox as I was 20 hours into the 24-hour stream, I almost lost it. Row 8, column 2 can't possibly be 5. 5, 3 would make these 8. I don't understand. I'm sure it's true. I don't understand. D is 5. Oh, it's because of this clue. In my brain, I was only seeing that clue. It's because of this clue. I will say to the Cogito, I'm definitely not tired of Cogito Tapa puzzles. Apparently my brain is still not able to process simple things like what clue could this go with. Right. D is 5. This would have to be a 10 in order to make that work. So that's not a 5. Okay, I agree with that. Oh, right. There were no ... in 3 of diamonds, because in 3 of diamonds, all the clues referenced the first thing from that direction. Which was a way to sort of avoid having to be like, well, if I'm going to give you any information, I'll give you either complete information or I'll put a lot of ... as a sort of like creating the Dark Souls atmosphere across the things. These digits can only be from... Oh, no, sorry. I don't know what these are. Never mind. Row 6, column 7, Sudoku could use... row 6 and 7 could use some Sudoku cleanup. Let's see. That 2, 4 looks over there. Makes that not a 2 or a 3. That's a 1. Okay, that's good. So no 1 there. No 1 there. Let's see. There's some 4s left here that should not be. And so if this is going to be at least 5, no, this could still be 1, 3, 5. That would be okay. There's a 1 in row 7. There's a 1 in row 7. Making that a 2. Making that a 3. Making this a 5, because otherwise we will lose out on our agreement to keep things single digit. No 5 there. No 3 or 5 there. No 6 up here either, because there's a 6 in the row, funnily enough. So that's a 2, 4 in the column. So now these are 6, 7, 8, 9, for whatever that is worth. That one's not 6. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. If row 7, column 7 was a 7, you would get 2 9 clues. That's very cool. So yeah, if this is 7, this is DWeb's 20. If this is 7, it makes that 8, and then both of these sum to 9, except there's not 2 9 clues. So this is in fact a 6. That was just sweet. It was a great flex for DWeb and Cogito there. Column 1 and 2 have a 4, Jovi. That's true. That's true. There's a 4 in this pair and a 4 in this pair. That's all the 4s I get in columns 1 and 2, and so therefore this is 3 and 5. Yeah, that sort of little happy accident, I love discovering that sort of thing. That 5 looks up, actually, and gives me that 4 and that 5, which gives me that 2 and that 4. I maybe shouldn't encourage chat by immediately responding when they type things in all caps, but we'll see. I will reap what I sow or something. Let's see. So this row needs, let's see, we've got 3, we need a 4, we've got a 5 and a 6, and we've got 7, 8, 9. Over here, we shall see. Let's see. These I know are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Another instance of that, these things are different thing. These two sum to 10. And so Jay Dyer points out these can't also sum to 10, or I'd have a repeated 0. So that must be an 8 in order to make that happen. And so now what's the one of these we have not done? We've done... Oh, J and K are a 0-2 pair. So we have not done 12 yet. So these two need to add to 12. So that means this one's certainly not a 1. And this one's certainly not a 6. This one's certainly not a 2 either. So this one's not a 9. So this is either 4, 8, or 5, 7. Those are my ways of doing that. That's a 2, 4, 5 triple now, which makes that a 1. I don't know if that does anything either. Oh, that's a 4, 5 pair, actually. Has made that a 2. So that's a 4. So that's a 5. That probably did something. So that's a 1. This is not a lot of things. It's not a 1 or a 2 or a 4 or a 5. 3 or 6 only, and there might be one of those in the row or column or box or something. Oh, these 3 need to sum to a single-digit number, so this probably isn't a 6. So it is a 3. So that concludes that story, I think. Right. One of these sums is 11. And Ambrose is pointing out I know which is 11. It has to be question mark G because I know question mark H, question mark J, and question mark K. So G is therefore 1. There's a question mark 8 factorial somewhere. Let's see. Nicholas says if row 7, column 6 is 8. Sorry, if it's 7, you get 2 8s in row 8, column 7. Right. These, again, have to be different. And so, in fact, actually, this can't be 7. It has to be 8. But then, actually, this now has to be 9. Sorry. This now has to be the other one. It has to be 7, sorry. In order to avoid this, so that these really are a 7, 8, 9 triple. That 5 has made that a 4. These are not 4. That 7 looks up and sorts out the 7 and the 9. That 7 sorts out the 8 and the 4, which makes that a 5. These aren't 8 anymore. They are 6 and 7. These aren't 8. Where's Niverio to argue if we can use, to tell us if we can use uniqueness or not? Let's see. C and D are 7 and 5. That's 7, so this has got to be 2 in order to give me my D clue here. Man, I'm disappointed. I thought I was going to get rewarded for looking at that. Let's see. What about this cell? It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 5. It can't be 6, 7, 8. And I think it could be 9, annoyingly. So I think this is 5 and 9. Row 3 has 8 digits. So that's a 9. Sorry, so that's an 8. I almost got wrong what the last digit was. Impressively. So E is 3 or 4. I know that. So it was Danita, Nicholas. Danita has been awesome about doing that lately. So thank you very much to Danita. Row 8, column 9. Is not 7 or 8. Agree. So this is 4 or 9. Oh, it's not 4 either, actually. It actually just is a 9, making that a 5. We have finally got there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from... That seems like too many digits. Is there really that many digits left? There aren't. Oh, there's an 8 in the column. These are from 1 to 6. That one's not a 2 at the very least. Something about these. The question mark A has to be pretty big. It has to be at least 17. Sorry, it has to be at least 18. Right, and the only one of these that's getting to 18 is this one. And this one only gets to 18 if that's a 6 and that's a 5. The max this could be is 17, and we know that that's not that. So that's a 6 and that's a 5. This cell is not 1 or 5 anymore, or 2, actually. This one just is a 4. For whatever that is worth. That's not... That was very slick. I totally agree. Oh, and A is 8. Right. That only worked if A was 8. Thank you. Let's see. This cell's not a 9 anymore. That's not a 6 anymore. This only works if it's 1, 9. Oh, these aren't 6 anymore either. These are a 1, 2 pair now. If this is a 1 or a 2, then this can't be a 6 or a 7 because we need to get to double digits. So this is always an 8 or a 9. And so that finally places the 6 in the column because we've got a 7, 8, 9 triple. Oh, that 5 looks over and gives me the 8 and the 5 while I am doing that kind of thing. This is not an 8. I feel like I have done very badly at the Sudoku phase of this Sudoku puzzle. This is a 7. This is not a 7. Let's see. This is not a 4. It's not a 5. None of these are 8. Let's see. 2 in row 9. I'm going to assume I've already used that. Row 3, column 10. There's an A clue here, is the point. And that's not the A clue. So therefore, that has to be the A clue, and A is 8. So that is not an 8. And that is not an 8. So that gives us that. That gives us a 4 down here from that 8. Excuse me. 2 in row 12. 2 in row 12. Let's see. There does have to be a 2 in row 12, and it's not there or there or there. So yeah, so 2 is hidden in row 12. Note I only know there's a 2 in row 12 because there's 9 gray cells. That is a great spot to medhi, so that's a 2, and that's a 1. Let's see. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as their possibilities. I don't think I know anything about that one. I know this one's not 9 or 1. Sadly, I don't think I know which of these is 1. I meant to close the loop now by looking at E. E is 3 or 4. Let's see. This would have to be exact. If E is 4, this would have to be... Could 8 in row 8. Oh, this is a naked single nothing. That's what's going on. Yeah, this is a naked single nothing because it sees every digit. That's the point. Okay. I never know how to feel about using that. I am somewhat conflicted because it feels so cool when you see it, but it's one of those things that can be so difficult to spot. And so, like, if you spot it within 5 minutes of looking for it, then it feels really exciting. And if you miss it at the end of a puzzle, then it's very frustrating. But the logic of it is so neat that it's always, yeah. It's a great stream spot. I agree. There are lots of cool deductions like that where it's sort of like, well, if I'm doing a Sudoku with 41 of my closest friends, one of us will see it. And then it is awesome. Let's see. I can do the E around that clue. Right. So this is E, and E is now 3 because it can't be 4. So E is 3 and F is 4. these sum to a single-digit number, so they better have a 2 in them, because if they don't have a 2 in them, it's not going to work. So one of these is a 2. It could be 2, 5, 2, 6, or 2, 7. And this one's not a 5 or a 6, so it's only a 2 or a 7. Or we could just let MicroStudy point out that there is only one place for a 2 in this row because of various Sudoku logical 2s over there, and ergo that's the 2. I have a 5 pencil marked into row 12. Where in row 12 do I have a 5? Because it's not, I don't have 5 pencil marked over there. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's the 5. Okay, right. So these are a 7, 9 pair, making that an 8. And now these are not 7, 8, or 9. They're only 3 or 6. And these aren't 7, 8, or 9. They are 1, 3, or 6. This one's not 3 either. It got there eventually. Let's see. Does this 7, 9 pair look up at anything helpful? Those are a 7, 9 pair. The 8 looks all the way up to the cell above it. That is not an 8. I agree. Good spot to rank. So question mark J is either it's one of a few things. It's like 20 or 22. Where can 1 go in row 10? Not there. So the 1 in row 10 needs to go in one of these 2 places. I believe. And it can't be that one, because if the 1 was here... Sorry, somehow Nicholas kept saying that, and I kept reading Nicholas's asking about the 1 in row 1, but it was the 1 in row 10. 1 can't go here because this needs to be a double-digit clue. So that's the only place for a 1. So that's a 1 down here, giving us our 3, 6 pair. Question mark D is going to be 15 for the sum of all of these. So these 2 need to add to 7, and they can't be 6 1s. They better be 3, 4 in order to make that work. So this is not a 4. Did I do my math wrong? Oh, this only sums to 14. I made a sum to 14 instead of a sum to 15. I don't know how I screwed this up. That's still the 1, though. That's still the 1. That's still the 1. That's still a 3 or a 6. Oh, right. This could be the sum to 15 is the point. This could be a 7, 8. Right. So I both did the math wrong and everything else. Something easy with row 11, column 10, I'm being told. That this needs to be a double-digit sum, and so therefore that's a 9, and that's an 8. So that's a 7. This is not a 7 or a 9. It is a 4 or a 5 only. Let's see. This cell probably sees a lot of things. It sees 1, it sees 2, it sees 3, it sees 4. It doesn't... Oh, it sees 5. It sees 6 and 7 and 8. So this is a naked 9, which makes that not a 9. Let's see. 3 in row 10. Yeah, we do need a 3 in row 10. It can only go there per Garion. That 6-7 pair does look down, making that a 3 and that a 6. Row 2, column 12 can be determined by the fact that there's already a 5 in the column. Agree with that. 4 in row 10. Sorry, 4 in row 10, good lord. That's not the 4, so therefore that is the 4. This is therefore a 7 or a 9. It's a 7. 15 plus 9 is too big. It has to be odd. Oh, okay. So people are looking at parity. So a question mark J sum is definitely even. And so these two have an odd sum. So this has to be odd. And so it's not a 6. So it is a 7 or a 9. And so 7, 7, and 8 would be 24. No, that's not right. 7, 7, and 8 would be 23. No, that's not right. 7, 7, and 8 would be 22. Right. And if I make it any bigger than 22, it's not going to work. Because I would make it bigger than the max it could be. 18th times the try, as they say. So J is 2. So that is an 8. This is not a 7 anymore. It's a 5 or a 6, but there's a 6 below it, so it's actually a 5. Let's see. In this column, we've got a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4 if there's going to be one. We've got a 5, 6. We need a 7, but then we've got an 8 and a 9. But this can't be 7, so this can only be 4. So that's a 5, if I did that right. This digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. So this is an 8. So we can now actually check whether this worked or not. So that is 9, 17, 18. 18 is not question mark D, so this has to be question mark D, which makes that a 7, and a 6, and a 7, and a 6. Makes this not a 6 or a 7, so it's a 9. That 7 looks over there, making that a 9, a 7, and a 9. That 7 looks over there, making that not a 7. Or a 5, actually. It is a 6. And there we go. Very nice puzzle. I always like to see people messing around with different ideas with loops. I don't know, I'm a loop fan, we'll say. But very neat. These sort of... I really liked the idea of sort of combining the tapa with the loop in this way. I'm not sure if this is the only tapa loop puzzle that exists or not, but it is a neat idea and a neat way to come up with this. So it was a long one, but it was enjoyable. I do feel like there was like 30 minutes of my scanning being terrible and my attempting to read chat's points and then not understanding them because every time someone wrote row 10, I read row 1 instead, or vice versa. So I think there was probably like a half an hour of just Zeta being unnecessarily blind because he's become completely dependent on Sven, and you can't use Sven for Cipher puzzles. Although I've heard that there's some talk of maybe making Sven able to understand Cipher puzzles. I'm not sure. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, though, just to stretch, and then I'll be back, and we'll do another puzzle that will probably be shorter than this one. So I will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Just had to check and make sure. Next up, we have this puzzle, Lace Agate by Niverio. The title is almost assuredly a tribute to Isabella, a big fan of Region Sumlines, who also sets these sorts of things. I think I spotted the break-in in the 10 seconds I looked at the puzzle when I pulled it up. But let me explain how the rules work before then. So each of these blue lines is a region sum line. And what that means is that each region it crosses through, let's just do this one because this is going to be the relevant one. What this is saying is all of these little snippets that weave in and out of this, they all have the same sum. So blue is the sum of the orange digits, the sum of the red digits, and the sum of the yellow digits. Okay. Oh, got a $20 donation from Allcat. Let me get Zach. Zach was not expecting to have to dance so soon. Thank you, Tallcat, for you and Tristan to buy a celebratory bottle of wine for your closing week. Thank you, Tallcat. Very exciting. Thank you. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Tallcat. Much appreciated. Yes, we do officially close on our house on Thursday. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that nothing crazy happens. Okay, so what do I think I see? I think I see something about these three cells. Oops. Not that there's a horizontal line, or a slashy line between them. That wasn't it. These three cells, I know something about them, both mod 2 and mod 3, from the combination of the fact that it's glared at by the column, where we can have our Carnival Cake Hunter pairing together forever. All Carnival Cake Hunter stands celebrate in chat. This whole column sums to 45. These have the same sum, so that sums to an even total. So this total is odd. And in addition to this total being odd, oh, we should get a bet tree. Yeah. I know Niverio's in chat. Can Niverio suggest a good bet tree? Or if someone wants to go spoil it for themselves and look at what Simon filled in last. Row 1, column 1. Right in the Carnival Cake Hunter region. So this sums to an odd total. So this number's odd. Spoiler, it's not 1. Oh, Tristan, can you update the link?
Yes.
People in chat are requesting. But also, this entire box sums to 45, which is a multiple of 3. However, this is 3 times the same sum. So, oh, sorry, I did this backwards. Sorry. This sums to an odd total, so therefore this sums to an even total. Sorry. Anyway, it's going to be 6 is going to be the answer. But the point is these 3 together sum to sum to a multiple of 3 because it's the same number 3 times. But 45 is also a multiple of 3. And therefore, these also sum to a multiple of 3. That doesn't mean this is 6. It's never going to be 6. 6 is too small. The multiple of 3 thing doesn't even matter, does it? I don't think the multiple of 3 thing even matters. Because this could only be 8. Yeah, the multiple of 3 thing. I thought the multiple of 3 thing was going to be essential to the break-in, but it's not, because this number, because this number just can't even be as small as 6. 6 is too small. So this number has to be 8. Weird. But, anyway, the other way you could have done this, which is to start the other direction, if you start the other direction, rather than starting with the parity, you can also start with the fact that these 6 digits sum to 3 times blue, but these 6 digits also sum to a minimum of 21. And so if you do that, then you figure out, okay, therefore blue has to be at least 21 over 3, which is 7. So this is 7, 8, 9, but it's even, so it's 8, whichever way you want to start that. Now, of course, people are suggesting I do egregious pencil marking, like this. So these are 1, 7, 2, 8, and 2, 8. 1, 7, 2, 6, and 3, 5. And therefore, these are 8 and 9 and 4. Oh, sorry. Zach has to dance for the 8. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. 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 Waha! Ba-da-ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if Ranks is a fan of 8 dances or not. We shall see. I mean, there could be an 8 up there in that bet tree. You do not know. It is impossible to say whether there is an 8 there or not. Or maybe I should say it is impossible to say whether I will fill an 8 in there at the end or not. So these numbers sum to 21. So these sum to 22. Sorry, to 24. And so therefore the sum for this region sum line, I'm just going to write it like that, is 12. 13 is a good bet around here. 13 has been paying out a lot lately, relative to its thing. Okay, so we've got all of that. And the multiple of 3 thing, sadly, I think didn't do anything, which is a bit tragic given the setup. But we will survive with the multiple of 3 thing. So yeah, so these are 3-cell 12 sums that don't involve 8 or 9. So I can probably figure out what the decomposition has to be if I try hard enough. Yeah, because 1 and 2 can't go together. Because if 1 and 2 go together, they need to go with a 9, and there's not. So one of these has a 1, and one of them has a 2. And then if I think about it, what does the 1 have to go with? It has to go with 2 things that sum to 11. And so we've got 4, 7, which does not work. 3, 8, 2, 9. The only thing that works is 5, 6. So one of them is 1, 5, 6, and the other one is 2 and the other stuff. 2, 3, and 7. Yeah, there we go. 2, 3, 7. So these are the 2 lines. I don't know which is which, but one of them is 1, 5, 6, and one of them is 2, 3, 7. I do indeed know that these are 8s. I've always just assumed the adventure people don't take submissions, because no one else takes submissions who does these sorts of things. But if people want an adventure puzzle, I probably could be convinced to make one. If 8s are up here, then it would be an 8 with a 1, making that a 9. If the 8 is here, that would make these things something. It's actually very interesting, because if this is the 8, then these become, again, the 3 ways to make 8. And so these would become 4, 8, 9 in the column. I'm trying to decide if those becoming 4, 8, 9 is morally reprehensible for some reason. That's true. That's true. Dog points out this is always 4, 8, 9, because if the 8 goes up here, then it's a 9, because it has to be 1, 8, 9. And otherwise the 8 goes here, in which case those things are 4, 8, 9. So this is always, and this is a funny pencil mark, always 4, 8, or 9. So what is the goal for the adventure series, actually? Is it supposed to be like very easy 6x6? I know I always hear all the time about 6x6s getting rejected, so not sure. Let's see. If this was a 4, these would be a 1, 3, which would force this to be 2, 6. Oh, right. if this is a 4, it breaks these two, as Garian's point. This can't possibly be a 4, because it would put a 1 and a 3 in the box, and then this couldn't be either. And remember, Carnival Cake and Hunter are each one of 1, 5, 6, and 2, 3, 7. So this is never a 4. Interesting. Yeah, I've set some interesting 6x6s that are probably like in roughly the area, but I'll try and dream one up. I have a Kropke one I really like. I might actually send in the Kropke one, just because I like it so much, and I don't think a lot of people have done it. Other than people who hang out in my Discord, possibly. This is very interesting geometry, this whole bit with the 8 and what happens with the 8 here. I'm wondering if we're coloring these dominoes, because there are only 3 8 dominoes. Of course, this one's not yellow. I'm just assuming that this is 8 and this is 8. The zetamath discussion over on Puzzle Plaza. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the Skunkworks one. That's true, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's true. Okay, so Kodak has a hilarious point, which is that this can't be 8. Because absolutely every way to make 8 breaks both of these. That's insane. Because it can't be 1 plus 7, because that would use 1 from each. Can't be 2 plus 6, because that would use 1 plus each. And it can't be 3 plus 5, because that would break 1 from each. That's amazing. So this is always a 9. Which, funnily enough, doesn't tell us anything. Let's see. 2, 7, 3, 6. Yeah, it still doesn't tell us where the 8 went, I don't think. But this can't be 8 either. So I guess the question is, where does the 8 go in this column? This can't be 8 for exactly the same reason. These can't be 8, because, just to be clear, for exactly the same reason, means because it would break Hunter instead of breaking Carnival Cake. So my 8 in the column, it's not going there either. So the 8 in the column definitely goes on this. And if the 8 goes on this, that means the sum is 9. And one of these is a 1, 8, because that 8 looks at that cell. That 8 can't be that. Okay, this is lovely. So these are a 1, 8. And once I know that this is a 1, 8, then I know that these are from 2, 3, 7, and these are from 1, 5, 6. So I have resolved the Hunter Carnival Cake romance. And so, yeah, one of these is 1, 8. So these are some assorted things. I guess I don't quite know. I know what these are, though. That's probably more important. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so these are not 5 or 6, and so therefore this has to be 1, 7. So none of these are 1, 7. To make that work. This isn't 5 or 6 either, so this isn't 2 or 3, because a 5 and a 6 and a 2 and 3 go together. These are 2, 3, and 9. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and a 9 is correct to go there. Right. Green is red is a good point. So green was always going to be one of these 3. Green was never going to be yellow, because both digits of yellow look at that. But now green's not orange, because orange is 1, 7, and I know that one of these is 1, 8. I don't know which one, but I know that 1 and 8 are on here if I would like to pencil mark that. And so therefore, green is red. And so these are 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay. So does one of these break too many ways to sum to 9? So I guess the point is, let's do math in this column. Let's do it that way. 9 plus 9 plus 9 is 27, plus 8 is 35. These two sum to 10. And so they sum to 10 not as 1, 9 or 2, 8. So they sum to 10 as either 3, 7 or 4, 6. Now, this certainly can't be a 3 or a 4 because of that. So this is always a 6 or a 7. 6 would make this 2, 4. 7 would make this 3, 4, I think. So we've got that. There's not another triple, Ron, because this is a 2 or a 3 and a 9. So yeah, we could just place the 7. That's a smart thing to do. 6 or 7, neither of them can have a 7 on them. So that's a 7. And now these are from 2, 3, 4. Because now there's definitely a 4 on here. In order to make that work, because we've got to put a 4 in the box somewhere. So 3, 4. So yeah, these two sum to 10. So if this is 3 and 7, then what are my 9 sums? My 9 sums are a 4, 5. I feel like there's some combination here where this is just all going to break because I'm going to run out of numbers that work for things, but I don't know if I quite want to force it yet. I might want to force it. I'm not sure yet. Okay, both are alive. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, so a couple of people are looking at the fact that this digit, whatever it is, it can be formed in 3 different ways, because those two are different from each other, and they're both different from that because of the geometry, so that makes it 7, 8, 9. I agree with that assessment. Now thinking about the maximum sum of these 4 cells is 18. Then if this was a 9, the maximum sum of these would then be 8. So these would actually sum to a maximum of 26. And if these sum to a maximum of 26, that means these cells sum to at least 19. That's not actually useful. Right. If it were 7, the 7 would be forced by Sudoku onto here. That's kind of hilarious. So is it possible that neither of these is 9? I know that one's not 9. But if this is 8, then the maximum sum that these digits could have would be double 8 is 16, plus 7 is 23. I would need these 3 cells to sum to at least 22. That's possible, annoyingly. Uh, yeah, Heliopolis has a different way of phrasing why this can't be 7 that I like a little bit better, which is to ask where this digit goes in this box. Uh, and for my brain, that's a little more natural of a question. This certainly doesn't repeat on its region sum line, and it doesn't repeat in its column, so it goes in one of these two cells, but those cells look squarely at the 7, which tells me this can't be 7. That clicks for me a little easier. Uh, uh, let's see. So I can find a minimum on this, right? If this is 9, these are 18. The maximum sum of these is 24, so I need these to sum to at least 21. I guess that I did in a really dumb way. These need to sum to at least 21. And so if this is at most double 9, that tells me this is at least 3. Okay, that's terrible. Uh, 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 Garion says these always end up summing to 21, but I don't quite see how that's going to work out. So Isabella's pointing out this digit goes in one of these two cells now. I agree with that. And so the point, that's gorgeous. Okay, I really like Isabella's way of doing this. This digit, I'm just going to temporarily make it black circle, ends up here. And the other red digit's definitely not here. So this line can't sum to 8. That's really nice. So this is 9. Because, again, the two red digits add to 8. And so if one of these digits is red and the other isn't, the sum is not 8. And so that puts the 9 in this box up here. And now it puts the 9 in this box on here, which is very interesting because this now sums to a minimum of 15. And on the other hand, the maximum of this line is 15 because 7 plus 8 is the most. So in fact, these have to be 7, 8, and these have to be 1, 2, 3, 6. That resolves that my 1, 8 is actually down here. And that resolves probably something else. Oh, 9. 9. Sorry. Brain. These aren't 9, of course. Oh, I can actually turn these on. Just so that we are doing conflict checking. So no 9 goes there. Let's see. And that places 7 in column 4 per chip is where I saw it first. Because now 7 in column 4, not in this box, and the only other place where a 7 could possibly go is there. So that's a 7, that's a 3. And now that I do that, now I have to make 9 in a novel way that does not involve a 3 or a 7. So 4, 5 is the only such way. And of course, this is a 1 and this is a 7. And now these aren't 3, 5, they're 2, 6. And so if those are 2, 6, then these are 3, 5. And spoiler, remember this digit that goes there? It's not a 2, because it would need a 7. So it's in fact a 6. Sorry, only one of those is a 6, not these. These are 6, these are 2, and these are a 3, 6. Gorgeous. So that is a 4 and a 3 over there. That is some work. That is great. Really nicely executed. So 3 and 6 in this box don't go on this line. One of them, but not both, go on here, of course. Oh, the 3 doesn't go there, at least. Oh, no, the 3 is placed. The 3 is placed, because there's a Jovi on 3s. The 3s in column 7 and 8 live in these cells. And so I don't have any more 3s for column 7 and 8. So that places the 3 in one of these. But it's not there and it's not there. So that's the 3. And so, therefore, it's being pointed out, where does 6 go in row 3? Doesn't go there, because it would be 3 plus 3. And so the only place for 6 now is there. Like that. The 6 now in this box needs to go in one of these places. I have not decided where yet. I kind of want to fill in this quintuple, but 2, 3, and 9 are all out. So these are 4, 5, 6, and 8. Sorry, 4, 5, 7, and 8. This one's not 7 or 8. So that gives us a 4, 5 pair in the row, which doesn't do anything. Oh, this isn't a 7. So this 1, 2, 3 triple has a 1 in one of these two cells. So neither of these is 1. We'll do some baser sudoku stuff after a bunch of beautiful stuff. Being pointed out that the fact that this is 4 or 5 is quite interesting, because it means this is 1 or 2. If this is 4, does the math not work? Double 9 plus 4 would be 22. Oh, right. Okay. So the point is, well, maybe not. But the 6 is not on any of these lines. I'm going to fill in the 1, 2 there regardless. So where does this 4, 5 go in the box? The 4, 5 goes on one of these lines, because if I... Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not quite. Close. Close. That 9 does look across row 4. That's true. So that gives me a 2 and a 9 over there. Let's see. So 1, that would end up being 1 over down there. Oh, I am being told that this sum is known. So it's not 1, 8. It's not 2, 7, because 2, 7 looks at it. It's not 3, 6. So this is 4, 5, actually. That is very cute. So these are a quad that we can go ahead and fill in. 4, 5, 1, 8. Giving us a whole bunch of things. And that 9 actually looks across and resolves that that's a 6. So giving me that's not a 6. So these are 2, 7, 9. Looking across there. If these are 2, 7, we have an enormous problem. Oh, sorry. Well, we do, but that's never going to happen that these are 2, 7 anyway. This 6 now places 6 in box 6, Ron points out. Because remember, the 6 is not here. And so I was stressing about whether it was in one of those 3. But it's not in those anymore. So this now just is the 6. So we get a 6 out of that. We get a 6 out of those, which places this 6 over here. We have a 1, 5 pair sitting there. Let's see. These are something I should probably fill in because they're not 3 or 6. They're 4, 5, and 8. And this one just is an 8 because it's got a 4, 5 looking at it, of all things. So that gives me a 4 and a 5 and a 7 and an 8. 7 and an 8. Thank you. No 7 goes there. These are a bunch of stuff that don't include a 4 or a 5. These are a bunch of stuff, actually, that include a bunch of things. Okay, so these aren't 4. Okay. Right. So this digit is part of a sum to 9. This is people's point. This digit's part of a sum to 9. Where does its friend go? Its friend goes up here, because it can't go on one of these lines, or it would need to go with its friend on the line, but it's not on one of the lines. So if this is a 2, its friend is a 7, and then we clashed with the 7. So this can only be a 1, and these are an 8-9 pair. Very wise, to those of you who understood that faster than I did. So that gives us the 4 and the 5 over there. No 4s down here. These would have to be exactly 2, 8 if I make these 1, 9. I probably don't make them 1, 9. What if I make them 1, 3? If I make them 1, 3, that doesn't work. So there needs to be a 9 on here. 1, 3 doesn't work because it would require these sum to 4. They would have to be 1, 3, but that doesn't work because there's already a 3. So one of those is a 9, which gives me this box, giving me that 2, 7, and 9. Telling me a thing I already knew about that. So these either sum to 10, in which case these are 2, 8, or they sum to 12, in which case they're 5, 7, or 4, 8, or something like that. Let's see. These two are known now, and these two are known. Oh, I know there's a 2 over here because of the Jovi on 2s, right? There's a 2 here and a 2 in here, so there's a 2 down here, and it's only there. Let's see. And now that that's a 2, now the 1, 9 option doesn't work, because the 1, 9 option would break, so it's a 3, 9 option. I'm glad I had pre-done that calculation. Now we've got these things need to sum to 12, not as 3, 9. So they could be as 4, 8, or 5, 7. I don't think I know which right away, but maybe I will once I fill this in. This isn't 5 or 8, so this isn't 4 or 7. So 5 and 7, or 8 and 4. Is something happening up here that tells me what's going on? Probably. Like that I have another Jovi wing or something. Maybe I don't yet have another Jovi wing. Let's see. This is a 4, 5, or 8. Interesting. Oh, this is a 4, I have discovered. You'll never guess how. It's an advanced technique that I should not talk about. So is that what microstudy was calling the linear algebra step? That might be the linear algebra step. So this is not a 4, it is a 5 or an 8, which gives us a weird 5, 8 pair. This is not 5 or 8, which then gives me a 1, 4 pair in the row and all sorts of nonsense. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's some like forbidden combination here or something. Not that I immediately see, at least. There's a point about 6s in this box. One of these two has to be a 6, so therefore that's a 1, and that's a 6, and therefore that's an 8, and that's a 1, and therefore that's an 8, and that's a 5, and that's an 8 and a 4. 5, and that's an 8 and a 4, and a 1, and a 7, and a 1, and a 4. There we go. So that's 2, 7, that's 5, 4, that's 9, 8. That's 3, 9, 2, 1, 6, 3, 6, 5, 7, 3, 2. And that is a 2 and a 7, and our betting tree is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a gorgeous puzzle, Niverio. Very well put together there. Just a lot of really sweet steps in there. I very much appreciated the structure. The fact that it came down to identifying where the 8 in column 4 went was so sweet. Like, that step just tickled me because of the this 8 over here. I was disappointed the mod 3 math was irrelevant. That made me a little sad. But other than that, I was very happy with the puzzle. If you mirror it horizontally, then we can get an 8 up there. That's probably true. Alrighty, well, I'm going to go dig us up another puzzle. So I will take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back. We've got a thoughtbyte puzzle next. The puzzle does not have rules listed. However, the title basically tells you the rules, which is that these things are Renbon. And that means that these 4 cells need to be a string of consecutive digits in some order. So, like, did I turn my keypad off? I don't know why. 6, 8, 7, 9 would be that. Whether or not there is a negative constraint is to be determined by the solver because the rules don't say, but I assume there is not. The rules literally don't say anything in this particular instance, but I don't think. There's an LMD page. Let's see what the LMD page says. Not all X's and V's are necessarily given. So we will see. So we've got all of those. These 2 cells sum to 5. These 2 cells sum to 10. They're just the Roman numeral V and the Roman numeral X. Fortunately, no one asks you to know, like, the Roman numeral C or anything. And these things are entropic lines, which have this rather weird rule that you need to sort of pay attention to the following groups of digits. You pay attention to the group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. And every string of 3 digits along an entropic line, whichever 3 it is, have to have one of each, but they could go in any order. So that is the message of this tale. So we have those. Okay, let's see. I have no idea where would be a good bet tree, so I'm just going to guess here for the bet tree, and we'll see. It's a little dangerous since it's next to a V. I'm trying to think if I should start coloring which V's are which. Because there's lots of sort of if these 2 V's were the same, it would force those digits over here kind of business, but I don't... Sorry, I can just start by writing 1, 2, 3, 4 in all of the V's, because you're not going to get to 5 if you don't. Let's see. There's a low digit here. There's a low digit here. Okay, well, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, then 3 later is the same. So, oh boy, yeah, that was exciting. We just threw some extra 1, 2, 3, 4s over there just for fun. Now, because this is 1, 2, 3, or 4, that means this digit is the same entropy as that one. Digits 3 apart have to be the same entropy. And likewise, this digit, because it's 1, 2, or 3, or 4, that one's the same entropy. And so what that means is that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if it's a 4... then it would be 4, 5, 6. And what that means is that these cells have to be the high entropy, which is 7, 8, 9, which means that this one is low. And if I count that, I go 1, 2, 3 further. This one's also low. And now this one can't be low. So we get our first digit, which is that this is a 4. And we get to bring out Zach for his exciting 4 dance. Whee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. 4 plus 1 is 5. I will solve the linear algebra problem for you right away this time. And so that means that this one is from 4, 5, 6. Which, sorry, this one's from 1, 2, 3. So this one is from 4, 5, 6, but it's not 4, of course. So this is 5 or 6, which means this one is not low, it's mid. So that's a 4 and that's a 1. So these digits are not 1, which means that one's not a 9 because of the way sums work. I know the last low digit in this box is definitely over here. Did I screw something up already? It's possible. I'm not sure. What did I do? Does the entropic line go through the V? No. I don't think I did anything wrong. The entropic line doesn't go through the V, but if I know one side of the V is 4, the other side's definitely 1. And then that tells me where the low digits are, which then tells me that. Yeah, that definitely doesn't go through through the V, because if it did, these would be the wrong distance apart. Between these cells, all of the low digits are used in this box. So these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. Let's see. There is a 1 and a 4 down here. Which is fascinating. Now, this X. I know that this is high. Let's fill that in. Because it's the other one here. So this is 1, 2, 3, and it's not a 1, so that's not a 9. As we figure that out. Oh God, that sounds terrible, Ranks. I live in fear of having that moment happen to me on stream. Uh, okay, where does the last 1, 2, 3 in column 4 go? So no low digits allowed there. Of course, that's not the last 2, 3. The misread clue had some neat logic to it too. Very nice. So if this is a 2 or a 3, then these become a 1, 4 pair, which would make this the last 7, 8, 9. Otherwise, this is the 1. Oh yes, that's the smart question. Where's the other 2, 3 in column 6? Because we actually have a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple, and so this is a 2, 3, and therefore that's a 1. And so one of these is 4, and then one of them is 7, 8, 9, in order to make that work. So now, if these are 2, 3, so that at this point we would have learned there was not a negative constraint. Does interesting things if one of these is 2, 3, but maybe it's not completely forced. Let's see. That 2, 3 tells me that this is 1, 2, or 3. Just to percolate it up. And it's not a 1. Gorgeous. So now this is 1, 4 for sure. And so these being 1, 4 tells me that this is a length 4 Renbon with no 4 on it. So this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it definitely contains a 6, 7, and an 8. So this cell's not 6, 7, or 8. For whatever it is worth. I am noticing Chad is pointing out that there's a Jovi wing here, which just means that we're just counting the number of 4s in a pair of rows in a Sudoku puzzle, and that number is supposed to be 2, and one of them is here and one of them is here, so I don't get to put a third one over here, so these have to be 2, 3. So we've got all of that going on. And so this digit's a 2 or a 3, actually, just by looking at where these 2 3s go in this box. So we've got that happening. And of course, these are from 2, 3, 7, 8. So we have sort of a virtual 2, 3 pair in the column. So we've got that. 3, 7 breaks the Renbon is a very good spot. If this is 3, 7, then I have to choose my Renbon completely out of the following: 1, 2, or 4, 5, 6, or 8, 9. And none of those are anywhere close to 5 long. So this can't possibly be 3, 7. It's 2, 8. And that actually dictates what this Renbon is, which is that it has to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 exactly. And so this digit is not 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, and it's not 2 or 8, and it's not 1. So this is a naked 9 by the combination of the Renbon and the column. Now that 2, 8 looks down there and makes that a 3, which makes that a 2. That is not a 9 anymore. That is not a 3 or a 4, for that matter. In fact, these just are 5, 6, 7. They are just a 5, 6, 7 triple. To make life good for everyone. So now I need a 1 in one of these two cells for sure. Yep, I need a 1 and a... What is the other digit? A 1 and a 5, 6, 7. Right. These are a 1 and a 5, 6, 7. That 5, 6, 7. And this one's not the 1. Therefore, that's the 1. And these two digits are the same digit. Because that's the only place this digit can go in the box. And so MicroStudy will be very excited to see this, the ketchup appear. I know MicroStudy is a big fan of the ketchup. Hey, Malrock, how are you doing? So yeah, that 5, 6, 7 goes down there, but that's not exciting. I know that there's an 8 down here, but I don't think that's very exciting either. So let's see. I do need a 1 in this column, which is going to have to go in one of those two places, and a 2. So regardless, this digit's always a 1 or a 2, because I can't put both the 1 and the 2 here. So this digit's always a 1 or a 2, is my conclusion after careful study of what is happening in this column. Also, I need a 9 in this column somewhere, and the only place the 9 is going is down here, and as soon as the 9 is going on this Renbon doesn't have a 5 on it anymore. It's now indeed 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. So now... this cannot be a 6 now, because if this is 6, this puzzle's really cool. If this is a 6, these would be 7, 8, 9, and I couldn't put a high digit on here. So this is not a 6, it's a 7. So no 7s there, no 7s there. These are 6, 8, 9, and so one of these is a 7, and the other is a 5. These are a 5, 7 pair. And those being a 5, 7 pair, it looks up at ketchup and makes ketchup a 6, which makes that a 5. Gorgeous. So now these aren't middling. These are high. Because that's the middling one. This is a 5. I can inform you because of Sven. Yes, when ketchup comes together, it is always one of the best parts of a puzzle. So no 6s there. This is why we puzzle, is so that we can ketchup. There's a virtual 7, 8, 9 triple in this box because one of these is 7, 8, 9, and those two are 7, 8, 9. So this one isn't. It's just a 6. Gorgeous. So one of these all is 5. For whatever that is worth. There's a 6 over down here. Really feels like I should know what's going on here, but I guess because of the bet tree I can't. Yeah, there's a interesting thing going on here with these as well. One of these is 7, 8, 9. The other 2, 3 in column 4. Now that we have a 2, 3 pair in here, okay, now I understand this. People asked about this before, and I think they saw something about these that I didn't. But in column 4, I need 2 2 3s, and I can't repeat it on an entropy thing. I can't repeat it in a box that already has a 2 and a 3. There's one of them. These 3 aren't it. So this is always a 2 or a 3. Very nice. So this is a 1, 2, or a 3, and it's only a 2 or a 3 because there's a 1 over there. So we've got that. Let's see. This digit I know, and this digit I might as well say, these are not 1, 2, 3, so I should probably mark, and that's not 1, 2, 3 either. Actually, if I look at the row, this is the 1, 2, 3 on this entropic line, and it's a 1, because there's a 2, 3 pair in the box. So 4, 4, 7 come out. So now, this Renbon... Well, the Renbon doesn't have 2 or 3 on it. So if the Renbon doesn't have 2 or 3 on it, it definitely doesn't have 1 on it. And so the Renbon now... Oh, that 1 actually gave me the 4 and the 1 over here, which gave me this 4 over here. That 4 gives me the 5 and the 7. And this now can only be 8 or 9. Sorry, 7, 8, or 9. 7, 8, or 9. I think all of those are possible. This isn't 5 anymore. Okay, what is this digit left? This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Right. There's a 4 up here for sure. This Renbon does not need a 4, though. So this Renbon is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 6 digits, though. But it definitely needs a 5, 6, 7, and an 8. If it does have a 4, the 4 can only go there. That's not the 7, so there's definitely a 7 in here. Those aren't the 7 either. One of these is a 7, which looks rather interesting to me. As a point of note, because of that. Let's see, do I know anything about that? No, someone was saying something about a 7-8 pair, which sounds fascinating to me. 7-8 pair in column 6. Yeah, there's a 7-8 pair in column 6, fun fact, so that makes that a 9. So my last 7-8 is over here. Don't think I know where it is yet. This Renbon does not have this 2, 3 on it. So this 2, 3 is seen in the box here and in the pair here. So this Renbon doesn't have a 2, 3 on it. It might have the other 2, 3 on it, I don't know. But if it doesn't have this 2, 3, it doesn't have a 1 either. So there's definitely a 1 here exactly. This seems to not be able to be 5 or 7 anymore. See, that is from 3, 4 only. One of these two is a 5. Is that interesting? I mean, I guess it's not nothing. One of these two is a 5 for the same reason. Oh, this one I know is middling. Why have I not marked up this line? I could have done that literally at the beginning. Why did I not do that? I don't know. This is a 4, 5, or 6, and it's not a 4. And this is a 7, 8, or 9, and it's not a 7. Would have been very helpful to have done that a long time ago. I presume. I mean, maybe it would have been completely useless. Who knows? Okay, so 6 in this box is weirdly in this column. It's in one of those 2 cells. So 6 down here is in one of these 3 cells. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So this cell sees the entirety of this Renbon. So it's not 1, 2, 3, and it's not 5, 6, 7, 8. So this cell is only a 4 or a 9 in order to make this all work. The Renbon in box 1 has a 2 or a 3. Right. It has a right. Okay, gorgeous. Right. My argument from before, Ambrose is pointing out, is very useful. Where does the other 2, 3 go in this box? Only on the line. So in fact, there's definitely a 3 on the Renbon, and not a 2. So the Renbon is actually 3, 4, 5, 6 automatically, which is fantastic and gorgeous. So this is not 5 or 6. It's not 4. These aren't 6. This sees a 2, 3 pair in the row, so it's not a 3. Yeah, one of this mess is a 3. So this X has neither a 3 nor a 7 on it, somewhat hilariously. But this X sees this whole 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 1, 9 or 2, 8 are the only possibilities, because it sees the whole thing. So that's not 1 and that's not 9. I am being told Ranks was right about something. This X sees this whole Renbon as well. So it can't have an 8 on it, because if this has an 8 on it, then I can't put an 8 on this Renbon. So this is actually is 1, 9. This puzzle's very nice. So that's a 2. So if that's a 2, then this is a 4 and a 1 in order to make V. It does not see the whole Renbon. Oh no, it can see that. Darn it, row 9, column 3 exists. Dagnammit. The worst. Row 9, column 3 getting in the way of there's a like long camel move constraint in the puzzle. Row 6, column 1. Okay, so Ranks is looking at where this goes in box 7 and noticing that we can get some mustard going on between these two cells. And so so it is a different entropy from this cell. And so I'm trying to understand what that tells me. Garion has a way that I think is going to make Ranks very sad, which is that mustard in column 3 comes from up here. So mustard is actually mid, which makes that a 6, and that a 5. Sorry, Ranks. And so this is a 7, 8, or 9 in order to make that work. This is not a 6. I did it backwards. Oh no, I did it again. I did it again. God damn it. Yes, mustard is mid, so then I filled in that as mid. This is mid, so this is from 4, 5, 6. So this is from 8 or 9. This is from 7, 8, or 9. We have fun here. We have fun here. Let's see. So this can't be a 3. For the same reason as before. If this was a 3, then these would be a 4, 5, 6, and this entropy line would be broken. So this is actually a 4. I actually know, which actually makes this a 9, which then makes my life way easier because now I actually know what's going on this this thing. And so that puts a 3 on here, which means that's a 2, which means that's a 3 and that's a 2, which means that's a 3 and that's a 7. Means that is not a 7. That is not a 3. I thought that was a gorgeous spot. That was an 8 and a 2. Let's see. This is not a 9. It was exactly the same spot that happened down here, so I assume it was what was intended. The fact that this is mid, I'm being told, makes this mid, and makes this not 4. I have uncertainty about it, but it's possible. Now... Oh, this could still be 8. Let's see. This is a 5-6 pair. I agree with that statement. Which has made that an 8 and a 7 and a 3 and a 2 and a 2 and a 3. This is not a 7 or an 8. This is not a 7. This is a 5 or a 6 of some description. That's a 5, 6, 8 triple, which has made this the 9 for the row, made this a 6. That 8, 9 pair looks over and says this is not an 8, so it's a 7. This has become a 4 because it's the only place for a 4 to go, and there's a 5, 6 pair in the thing and everything. I could have also asked where this 4 went in the column, like a long time ago. That was the smart question. Where does this 4 go in the column? Would have told me that this Renban had a 4 in it and told me what it was. Whatever, that's a 3, 5 pair, so that's a 6. That's an 8. This is not a 6. So this is not a 3. That's not a 3 either. If this is a 2 or a 4, then this is not a 2. People really want me to do something with row 9, column 1, and I have absolutely no idea what it is. But it will be very amusing when we find it out, I'm sure. Oh, is it just to place a 3 here? Is that all people want? Because I'll do that for you if you like. Let's see. These are a 5, 7 pair, I believe. And that gives me a Jovio on 5s, which is going to remove 5 as a candidate from all of these cells, making that a 5, making this the other one. Mark will know. Mark says it's a 7. I believe Mark. These are something, something, something. Well, that one's just an 8. And so these aren't 5 for sure. So that is a 4 and a 9. That 9 coming down here makes that a 7 and that a 5, which makes that a 3 and a 4 and a 7. This has finally become 1, 4, 2. I don't know if that was available way earlier or not. It's possible that it was. Let's see. So that is an 8 and a 9. That is an 8. That's a 9. It's an 8. That's a 1 and a 9. Let's see. These are a 5, 6 pair of some description. This is an 8 because it's an 8 or a 9, but it's not a 9. So that is a 9. Let's go ahead and mark up some of these less dangerous boxes. So we get a 6, a 2, and that resolves mustard. Mustard is now 5, so that's 6. It's a 7. It's a 5 and a 6. That's a 6 and a 2. This digit is markable. It's 8. And now our bet tree is another 3. So congratulations again to the 3 bettors for the day. And that was wonderful. This is exactly what I want out of a 2-star puzzle. This was very gorgeous. Yeah, the poor 13 bettors, they're having trouble today, but the 3 bettors are doing well. Something about nature is healing or something. Let me pull up a 6x6. Let's see what there is. I know there's been this Palfly Mean Mini that I keep wanting to get to that I keep forgetting. Let me pull up that one. I think it's in here. There we go. Let's see. Has been tested. Yes, it has been tested a lot. Okay. Palfly Mean Mini it is. I believe, good night, Nicholas. I believe this is the first Palfly puzzle I have done on the channel. We will see. So this is a Mean Mini, so that means that we have to choose which 6 digits we use. We can only choose from 1 to 9, but we need to use 6 of them, and then we repeat those same 6 in every row, column, and box. We have our little magic arrow rule, so the circle digit is always the sum of the digits along the arrow. And we have a global entropy rule. which is that every 2 by 2 in the entire grid contains one low number, one middle number, and one high number. So I cannot put, say, 3 low numbers like that into this this whole thing. So the first thing I'm going to do is note that this digit's definitely low, because the max of this digit, well, this digit's definitely a 7, 8, 9, in fact, because these sum to at least 6. So this needs to sum to at most 3. So in fact, we know that. And so we have that. DWeb would like us to note that 1 is one of the digits in the puzzle, because if it's not, then these would be a minimum of 2, 3, 4, and that would be a serious issue. I agree with the statement that that would be a serious issue. One of these digits is mid, which is interesting, because they can't all be low. And so that means that this number is at least 6 because of that. Okay. Couldn't I just sneak a high on here and have like 7, 1, 1 and then have this be the medium one, DWeb? I think I can. Annoyingly. One of these has to be medium at least. So actually these aren't min 6 because that is low. These can't both be low. One of these is mid. There's definitely no highs in these two cells, because if there's a high, then it would sum to way too much. So this is a low and a mid cell. Actually, I'm going to make mid yellow because I think that stands out a little bit more, which means that's high because I need a high in this 2 by 2. Now, I certainly can't have this also be mid, right? If I have 2 mids, right. If I had 2 mids, it would sum to at least 9 just between those two. That would be bad. This is certainly a mid because of magic. Now, because there's a mid in here, this can't actually be 7. It can only actually be 8 or 9. These two are the same digit, so they can be catch-up. And this needs to be a low... Sorry, this needs to be a low and a mid, because if it's not, this 2 by 2 is broken. So this is a low and a mid, and as Ambrose says, that means we have 2 of each. 2 highs, 2 lows, 2 mids. Which means that none of these are low. And in fact, this one is neither low nor high, so this one just is the last mid for the box. And these are the highs for the box because of that. I think it's probably true that you could never do this without having exactly 2 highs, 2 mids, and 2 lows, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Okay, this now must be mid, because it can't be high, it sees all the highs, and it can't be low, because that would require 3 lows, and we don't have 3 lows. So this is a mid, which now retroactively makes this low and makes this mid, makes this low. I know this is not low, because I've got all the lows in the column already, so this has to be mid. Palfly has a smart way to see it, which is that assume I only have one green, whatever green is. Then in this box, where does the green go? If I put the green over here, I'm screwed, because then this 2 by 2 doesn't have a green in it. If I put it over here, then I'm screwed. So the green goes here. But now the same argument's true in this box, and the same argument's true in this box. And now I suddenly have that same green digit showing up 3 times in column 5, and that's probably bad. Palfly has correctly argued that there must be 2 of each always. This is a yellow-blue. That's the last blue, so this is the last orange for the column. This quad needs a blue. It's being pointed out. I did not see that, but chat pointed it out. That's orange. Okay, one of these 2 is orange. One of these 2 is yellow. One of these 2 is blue. Oh, one of these two is blue is interesting, actually. The fact that one of these two is blue, I know I need one of these two to be blue. So that's all the blues for the box. So these are either yellow or orange. They're not blue, which tells me that that actually has to be blue in order to make this work. And so these can't both be blue anymore. So now the minimum sum of these is 4 plus 1 is 5. So now this has to be at most 4, annoyingly. I can no longer... Actually, maybe I still could do 7, 1, 1, annoyingly. What's wrong with 414, Ron? This is yellow because of this, Sarah's pointing out. Otherwise, this would not have a yellow. So that's yellow, which makes that blue. This is red circle. That's true. Right. So Ranks is pointing out one of these two is blue and one of these two is blue. In fact, I know that one's blue. But one of these two is blue. So therefore none of these are blue. These are all yellow or orange. Which is interesting. Almost gives me a lot of yellow-orange nonsense going on here, but not quite. And so now red circle is placed in column 4. Great spot to Gary in there. So this is where my red circle goes. So this is, again, one of those. These are those. So one of these at least is blue. One of these at least is blue. Yeah, we might do some more subcoloring. Row 3, 4, column 3, 4. Yes, okay. Microstudy spotting that if this is not yellow, this 2x2 has no yellows. So this is yellow. And therefore these are an orange-blue pair. Great. And so that finally means that this is blue. At long last. Because this certainly is not orange, which is the only other option. So this is not a 4 anymore. Okay. Let's see. I am attempting to digest Dog's point. Row 5, column 2 equals row 3, column 1. Okay. So these two are the same, right? And so if these two are the same, we'll use relish. These two are the same. Now, the point is, this, therefore, is, on the one hand, at least 4, but on the other hand, it can't be 6, because if this were 6, then these would be, at minimum, a 1, 2 pair plus that one. So this cell is, in fact, always a 4 or a 5. Oh, and it can't be 4 because it's bigger than this yellow, Ranks points out. So in fact, it has to be 5, with this being 4, with ketchup being 1. And so now that 5 is the yellow that's down here, so it's not here. And so, sorry, so it's not here. And so this is the 5 down here. This is not a 6. This is my 5 here. This is my 5 here. This has got to be a 2 and a 9, because that's how math works. So we've got all of that. This is a 2, because 2 is the other one. This is a 2, this is a 2, this is a 2. In fact, 2 is placed in this box right there. By, of all things, Sudoku. So 1 on this line. Row 2, column 3 is relish. Good point. I love how chat believes that that is the best way to get me to actually fill in digits, is to tell me that I can color. Chat is not wrong. Let's see. Let's see. This now needs to be orange because of the 2x2 Garian spots. So this is now orange, which makes this yellow. There is a 4 on here, right? One of these two is yellow, so this is not. Because one of these is the 4, so this is not yellow, it's orange. And this is indeed a 1-4 pair, actually, if I just write it out, because I need a blue and a yellow, but I know what the blue and the yellow are. And 1 plus 4 plus 2 is 7. So the other orange digit in the puzzle is 7. So that's a 9 and a 7 and a 9 and a 7 and a 7 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9. And a 4, which is then going to let us do that blue and that yellow. Okay, and so this is a thing of some description. This is yellow. And it's the other yellow. It's 5. So this isn't yellow anymore because it sees both yellows. And so it's in fact a 7. This is the 1, aka ketchup. This was ketchup as well. We should go ahead and commemorate. We've got some more relish to smear all over. There we go. So this must be something. By the column, it must be orange, and it's probably a 9 if that's the case. So this is not orange. It's yellow, and it is a 4. Lovely puzzle, Palfly. I really enjoyed that. That was very cool. Did you use a computer solver to set with global entropy? It feels like the sort of thing that would break if you tried to set it without a solver that understood global entropy. Maybe I am wrong. But very nice. Completely set by hand. Impressive. I mean, I assume eventually one of the solvers will come out with Mean Mini support, and then Mean Minis will be everywhere. But yeah, this was very well crafted. Let's see. Let's do a Playmaker 6x6 next. Oh, bye, Danita. I haven't actually done this yet, right? Let me just double check. I have not done this yet. So this is called Bittersweet Bubblegums. So each colored circle represents one of the 4 following properties. Yes, do please like the stream, by the way. I don't harangue you enough to like the stream, but please do. I'm told this one is incredibly tricky. Wonderful. 2 cells contain consecutive digits. So each dot color represents one of those. 2 dots contain digits with a 1-to-2 ratio. Oh, I didn't know Romplaner did daily challenges, although it does not at all surprise me that Romplaner inspired that puzzle, because I have definitely done some Romplaner puzzles that are in a similar vein. And then they either sum to 5 or to 7. Okay, this is exactly the same rule set as a Niverio puzzle that I gave my Puzzle of the Year award to last year, I think. Didn't I? No, I did not do Candy Shop. Well, Candy Shop was a great Niverio puzzle anyway. So consecutive, sum to 5, sum to 7. So green is definitely not sum to 5 or sum to 7. So green can only be white dot or black dot, because if it were sum to 5 or sum to 7, these two would be the same digit. So I did give the Niv award to The Secret Does Not Apply, but I think Niverio is the one who I did the most talking about or I did talking about the most other puzzles, because Niverio had a lot of puzzles that were in contention last year. So this is either a string of 3 white dots or a string of 3 black dots. If this is a string of 3 black dots, it would be 1, 2, 4. Is there a problem with this being 1, 2, 4? I'm just going to fill it in real quick and see. If these are 1, 2, 4, what is this going to be? It could be 5, 6 if blue is consecutive. And that would be it. Because blue could not sum to 5 and blue could not sum to 7. So if green is black dots, this would have to be 5, 6, and blue would be consecutive. Which would maybe break over in this box. That would have to be the 6 for this box. It's the only place. This would be the 2. Oh, or 3, 6. 3, 6. No, it could not be 3, 6 because in this universe, Sarah, green is black dot. And I don't think 2 colors are allowed to be the same. Although if they are, I might throw something. Okay, so I'm not sure. I know that green is either consecutive or... Actually, is it true that if... No, if green was consecutive, we could make this 4, 5, 6, and this 1, 2 again, or something like that. So, if blue is sum to 7, Garion has a beautiful spot, which is that if blue is sum to 7 or sum to 5, we have 2 problems. Which is to do with these. So there are 3 ways to sum to 7. And so they would be these 3. And it would be this cell would then see every digit, because the 3 ways to sum to 7 are 1, 6, 2, 5, and 3, 4, and none of those would work. So blue is not sum to 7 or sum to 5. It's super not sum to 5, because these would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be at least 5. So blue and green are white dot and black dot, for sure. So blue and green are definitely white dot, black dot. So if blue is black dot, then this digit would have to be the 5 for the row. So if blue is black dots, this digit is the only digit in the row that's not on a black dot. So this would be 5, and we'd have to go down 4. We'd have to go down 4, 3. Does that break this? No, this can still be 1, 2. It would have to be 1, 2 in that order. This could still be the 2, and this could still be 3, 6. But this one's broken? That doesn't work, because now this one has no value. Is there an elegant way to see that? I'm sure there's an elegant way to see this. Yeah. If blue is black dot, one of these needs a 2. And so this couldn't be a 2. And so one of these would need a 2. Right, and this one just couldn't be 3, 6. So this one would need a 2. Because one of these would be 3, 6. So Garion is saying, in the world where blue is black dot, I know that because my only options are 1, 2, 4, which I can make one thing out of, and it always involves a 2, and 3, 6, that all of these digits would be over here. So this is not a 3 or a 6. So this dot would need to be a dot involving 2, but the 2 couldn't go there. The 2 would have to go there. And now we have a problem because this dot can't be 3, 6 because it sees a 3, 6 in the row. Either this is a 3, 6 or this is a 3, 6, and it doesn't have a 2, so that doesn't work. So blue is white dot. So the thing we originally tried to disprove is correct. Blue is white dot. Green is black dot. And if we recall correctly, that's always a 2. These are a 1, 4. And now this has to be a 5, 6. And so that is a 3 in order to make all of that work out. And so this number is a 1 or a 3 for sure. So that means this digit's even is one thing we can follow up with, because each of these dots contains an odd and an even, and that's odd. So this has to be even. So this is 2, 4, 6. Let's see. Right. I can't put a 6 in any of these cells, actually. Because if I put a 6 in any of these cells, I create a 5, 6, which would clash with this 5, 6. So in fact, that's always the 6. Making that a 5 and that a 6. So now the 2 in this box is up here. And the 2 can only go with a 1, which makes this a 3. And now I need an even digit over here, and it had better be a 4 going with a 5, because we've used the 2 and the 6. And so that's the 1 and that's the 4. To make all of that work. Okay. So now one of these sums is 7, which is going to require a 5 or a 6. And the other is a 5, which is going to require a 3 or whatever. I know that these are 1 odd and 1 even because I notice that red dots and yellow dots both preserve the one of each parity thing. The green dot is the only one that doesn't necessarily have one of each parity. So this has a 2 or a 4 on it. And this has a 2 or a 4 on it. No, sorry, this could have a 6. Never mind. I'm trying to count even numbers. And notice that there's an even over here and an even over here. In fact, there has to be an even down here, but could be the 6. Yeah, I agree. These are a 5, 6, and a 3, 4. Now, this yellow dot looks at this yellow dot. So if the yellow dot was so if the yellow dot was 5, this cell would be a 5 or a 6 because it would see both. And then this would need to be the other 5, 6 would need to go here. For whatever that's worth. Let's see. Garion says if there's a 5 or a 6 on here. Where does that 5, 6 go in this box? And the answer is nowhere. That's very cute. I like that a lot. So if yellow has a 5 or a 6 on it, then its digits get pushed onto this, or that digit gets pushed onto this, but now it needs to sum to 5 and it has a 5 or a 6 on it. So these are always from 1, 2, 3, 4, which means there's always a 6 up here, which means there's always a 6 down here. Now red dots need an even, and so this needs to be a 2 or a 4, because that can't be a 2 or a 4. So this goes with that sort of thing. Uh, 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 we now know red sums to 7. I don't think we know that red sums to 7. 3 plus 4 is 7, unfortunately. Uh, I mean, I might as well write in that these digits are also from 1, 2, 3, 4, while I'm writing in that digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, so are these, for that matter. Uh, yeah, it's a virtual 2-4 pair. I agree. Let's see. It's interesting to think about the possibility of this blue being a 2-3, and if that's going to break things. Uh, let's see. Ron says if yellow is 7, so this would be a 3-4 pair. So column 6 in box 6 is a 1-2 pair. This could be a 3, though, right? This could go 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 6s down there. I think that's okay. Okay, yes. So this digit's not 2 or 4, and it's not 1 or 3. So this digit can only be 5 or 6, is what is being put. Yeah, if red is low, we get, sorry, if red is 5, we get two sort of 5-6 pairs in a deadly pattern, uh, which does tell us that red doesn't sum to 5, but I'm not going to use that. But I agree that that is a true statement, that if if red does sum to 5, it does give us a uniqueness problem. I think Palfly saw that like an hour ago, and was saying it, but see, if box 2 red dot is sum to 5, I'm looking at Gary's point now, then row 2 column 4 and row 2 column 5 would be a 5-6 pair, and row 2 column 2 would be broken. Right. So if red is low, that's gorgeous. Okay, yeah. So if red is low, sorry, if red is 5, these become 1, 2, 3, 4. These become a 5-6 pair. And now yellow is sum to 7, but this can't be a 5 or a 6. So red is sum to 7. Yellow is sum to 5. So this is 3 or 4. This is 5 or 6. Let's see. I don't believe all dots are given. Regrettably. Okay, so this is sum to 7. Sorry, I just have to keep thinking about in my brain what is happening here. Red is 7. So 2 would go with 5, 4 would go with 3. Yeah, this 5-6 goes on the dot over here. That's a good spot. So this is 1, 2, 5, 6. It's not the 2, so that's not the 5. That's not the 1, so that's not the 6. Just by sudoku is Palfly's point. That digit goes up here somewhere. And so now this digit, now we get to do the same game. Where does this digit go in this box? And the answer is only there. So that's 3 or 4. Gorgeous. And so now that that's 3 or 4, I can't put a 4 on here at all. Because if I put a 4 on here at all, then I would use 3 and 4, and then that cell would be broken. So there's always a 2 down here in order to make that work, which means that this is not 2, 5, it's 4, 3. Those are a 1, 2 pair, so that's not 1 or 2. These are a 3, 4 pair. These are indeed a 5, 6 pair. It seemed like that was inevitable. And so this is a 3 or a 4. Oh, and it's not a 3, so this is a 4, which makes that a 1 because these two now are 2, 3. I was going to explain a complicated reason why that's true, but also that is... it follows immediately if you look at things. That if I looked at that direction first, I would not have to give a complicated argument. So these are from 1, 5, 6. That one's not a 6, of course. These are from 1 to 5. This is from 1, 5, 6. This is from 2, 5, 6. Let's see. We've got a Jovi on 2s, but we know this 2. Yeah, this 2 is here. Beautiful. These can't be a 1, 2 pair. This is Meti's point. These can't be a 1, 2 pair because it would break that sum to 7. So given that, where do the 2 1 2s go in this row? Well, one of them's down here. This has to be the other one. So this is always 1 or 2. Right. This yellow dot is a sums to 5. It's not a 2 3 sum to 5. Thank you. That was going to take me an embarrassingly long time to see. In fact, you could argue it already did. 4 and 5, 3 and 2, 6 and 1, 5. Mark can fill in these. Thank you, D-Web, for saving me. That's a 6 and a 3. It's a 2 and a 5. That's a 1 and a 2. It's a 4 and a 3. That's a 6 and a 1. And a 5 and a 6. Really sweet little puzzle there, Playmaker. This reminds me that there are some... I think I have some 6x6 packs by Playmaker and Kodak that I have not yet done that I should go back and be sure I do at some point. Because I think I... thought about doing them and then lost track of what happened. But anyway, thank you very much to everyone for joining. That is going to be it for stream today. But thank you, everyone. Do please like the stream. It is always appreciated if you do so. And thank you very much to everyone who supports the stream in whatever way you do. In the many, many ways that you all support us. So thank you very much. If you would like to, today was just great puzzle after great puzzle. We got a lot of neat ones, and I was really excited to get back to some of these, more standard but very well crafted Sudoku puzzles, like the one by Thoughtbyte and Niverio, were both really nice. If you'd like to support the stream financially, it is very appreciated. Thank you to all of those of you who do. There's 2 ways that you can do that. You can go to the Ko-fi link if you want to make a one-time donation. It is over my head. Or if you would like to become a YouTube member, you can. And thank you very much to Danita, by the way, for donating all of the YouTube memberships that they did earlier. It is much appreciated. But yeah, so you can do that for as little as $5 a month. At higher levels, you can get more things, like you can get the ability to vote. But for any level, you get access to the zetamath exclusive Discord, where very occasionally something will be posted. But you also get the Zach emotes, the green screen name, the little windmill, so everyone knows you're a supporter, all that sort of stuff. So thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. I'll also say thank you. This is one of the other things at the top level. If you donate at the top level, then I'll always thank you by name, or at least try. I have a fairly high success rate, 70% plus, C or better. So thank you to David, Nordy, Franco, Wolfer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, and Danita. Thank you so much. I'll see you all for stream again on Sunday, and then Wednesday, and then chaos, because then we get the new house and everything on that Thursday. So I won't be streaming for a couple days. Maybe it'll be set up by the Sunday, maybe not. But I'm gonna miss at least 1, probably 2 streams in the process of settling out our house. But don't worry, you will hear from me very shortly. But you still got 2 more streams before then. So anyway, have a great day, everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you later.